Contributions are charged that enable the council to recover a fair share of the cost of providing infrastructure to service growth development from those who benefit from that infrastructure, so that is the developers. The revenue received from development contributions is tied to the council's investment in projects in the LTP. We can only charge for infrastructure that is to be provided, and revenue cannot be used for any other purpose. DC is not an arbitrary tax on development, nor is it windfall revenue. It is tagged for future use. Our long-term approach to asset planning means that we may collect funds ahead of planned capital spend. Alternatively, we may collect funds for capex that has already occurred, so there will naturally be overs and unders with DCs. The LGA sets out the requirements for how we collect and use DCs. DCs are ring-fenced to the catchment and the activity for which they were taken. Catchments separate the district into areas with common characteristics in terms of infrastructure that is required for growth. Based on things like land use and development patterns, the nature of the infrastructure, geographic area, and also council planning strategies. The cost of infrastructure required to service growth is allocated to any catchments that benefit from that infrastructure. You'll often see the term HUI used in DCs. It means a household unit equivalent. It's basically how we measure demand in the DC policy. We calculate DC charge per HUI by taking the cost to deliver the growth component of an asset and dividing it by the number of new households that asset services. So as an example, if the growth component of an asset was $1 million and the projected number of households in that relevant catchment was 10,000, the HUI charge for that project would be $100. And then you do this for every asset and activity to get the HUI charge for each property. So we are looking to change the catchment configurations as part of this review. You have a handout that shows you the current and proposed catchments. The current policy uses a range of different catchments for the activities, but we have two separate issues with our current approach. The first is the concentric approach that we take for neighbourhood parks and road network, which has resulted in a greenfield catchment that primarily spans the outer, so the south, southwest and northwest suburbs of the city. These catchments were first developed when the council had a lot of greenfield land, but as we revert to pre-earthquake patterns and development is increasingly occurring in infill areas, there's less rationale for a greenfield catchment. So we're proposing to move to more localised catchments for road network and neighbourhood parks. The second issue we have with the smaller catchments is with water activities. Proposed Plan Change 14 and NPSUD will enable growth to occur virtually anywhere in the district, and it makes it difficult for council to plan for the provision of growth infrastructure with respect to water. It's proposed the council considers using less catchments to enable a more flexible whole of city response to Three Waters infrastructure that is required to service growth. The number of catchments that we currently have is also administratively complex, so we're proposing to return to larger, fewer catchments for water, wastewater and stormwater, which would better reflect the integrated nature of council's approach to delivering these assets. And just to note, water supply and wastewater were district-wide catchments prior to 2021. So this map on your screen is for neighbourhood parks and road network. We're proposing to use the same catchment configuration for both, with a central, east, west, north, south and Banks Peninsula catchment. It will better reflect who uses and benefits from the provision of these assets. With respect to neighbourhood parks, these are primarily used by local residents. It's reflected in several levels of service within the council's LTP. And the provision of neighbourhood parks is often related to a property's proximity to a park. The council also proposes to use localised catchments for road network, and this is based on data that shows that residents travel predominantly within their local neighbourhood or otherwise to large areas of employment like the central city. By focusing on these catchment areas, we can tailor our urban planning and transport strategies to more effectively align with actual travel behaviours. It ensures that we address local needs efficiently and support sustainable community-focused development. And so this is the map for stormwater and flood protection. So we'll have an urban or a metro catchment and then a Banks Peninsula catchment. So we're proposing to move to larger catchments for all of the Three Waters activities. It's administratively more simple and it reflects the council's integrated delivery of Three Waters services. Furthermore, because infrastructure plans are not fully aligned with LTP funding period, there may be misalignment between the LTP provision and the development that triggers the required upgrades. This approach allows us to be more flexible in responding to growth, particularly where there's uncertainty with where that growth will occur. So for water supply, we've gone with an urban catchment. This includes Littleton, Governor's Bay and Diamond Harbour, and then the Banks Peninsula catchment as well. And then wastewater, we have the same urban catchment as water supply, but we have split Banks Peninsula into Banks Peninsula and an Akaroa catchment that only services Akaroa Harbour. This is because of the wastewater treatment plant out there. We had this catchment in the 2021 policy and included it in the consultation material, and submitters and the community board both supported having this separate catchment. So we're suggesting keeping it in as part of this review, but including it in our consultation material. We're not proposing any changes to the rest of these catchments. So we're going to have a district-wide catchment for community infrastructure, which is things like pools, libraries, playgrounds, sports parks, regional parks, and garden and heritage parks. And we're also not proposing any changes to public transport and active travel either. That's just going to have that urban metro catchment. So you've also been provided with a handout that shows the current and proposed DC charges. Just a caveat with these are still in draft and will likely change between now and when we present you with the final draft for consultation. There are still a few inputs that need to be confirmed, but any changes will be minor. We're not presenting this as a comparison by area because some of the current catchments run through suburbs. So as we go through, I'll give a range for where the current charges are in the new catchments. And just to note, DC charges went down significantly in 2021. Before this, DC charges started around $22,000 per huey. But overall, charges have gone up throughout the entire city, and two key reasons for this. The first is that we're using a different growth model with this policy, and the growth projections have gone down. The cost of growth projects has also gone up. So to go back to how you calculate a huey, it's the cost of growth divided by the number of new households. So in central, charges in this area currently range from $8,000 to $13,000. And charges will go up to $29,724. All of these figures are inclusive of GST. And also just to flag here, Grasmere Estates, you may have read about this in the paper, it's a development in East Papanui that's received some fast track funding. We need to put some infrastructure into service, specifically that development. So there's going to be an overlay in the central catchment specifically for the Grasmere Estate. That is going to just cover that infrastructure that we need to put in there. So that overlay will increase the charges just for that development by $41,812. So the total DCs for that specific development will be $71,536 per huey.
Where was this? Sorry, I just didn't quite hear.
Grasmere.
Oh, Grasmere. Okay. Yeah.
So east, the DC charges are currently anywhere from $8,000 to $13,000, and they will go up to $29,240.
So I just want to clear so people can hear it. Just go back to that last one, for argument's sake. In some parts of Central, did I hear you say that there was some places that were $8,000 and some that were more? But now it's that?
Yeah, so that will be the charge for for everything that is in the central catchment. They will have the same charge. So when we say that there's administrative complexities with the current catchment configurations, the catchments are quite small. So within an area, you could have a range of different catchment combinations, and that will change the DC charge for those properties. So a catchment could run through a street, for example. So on one side of the street, the charges could be something different to the other side of the street, or from one end of the street to another. And so that's why we have a range currently.
And this is only, just for people watching, this is only if you're creating an extra housing unit.
Yes. So
not necessarily another title, but say you put 2 houses on one section, that's what you'll be expected to pay.
Yeah. So if you are replacing like for like, so if you're demolishing a house and replacing a house, you won't pay DCs. But if you were to put a granny flat on the back of your property, or you were to subdivide, you would pay an additional HUI, that household unit equivalent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And in the past, they would be for specific projects, but this is getting a bit more generalised on a lot of other things like roading or sewer. In the past, if a DC would be, say, out in Horswell, a bit of that would be going to a long time down the track, doing up, making an extension at the wastewater treatment plant. That's what that's for.
Yeah. So within the DC policy, there's a schedule of assets that lists all the assets in our long-term plan or in our capital program that have a growth component. And the asset planners have gone through and they've identified what that growth component is for each of the assets, and then allocated that that project to a catchment or to catchments where there is benefit from that infrastructure. And so these charges have basically taken every project within that catchment, or that catchment is serviced by, to get these charges.
Yeah, so it's not, that's right. But just to be clear, it's not, these charges aren't paying totally for all of the extra pipes and stuff. There is a normal component that comes out of our rates.
Yes.
This is
just the growth component. We can't use DCs to fund infill, backlog, or levels of service.
And just another one, on that one with Grassmere that you said, didn't we get given 30 odd million from the government for fast track stuff?
Yes.
So why are we charging more if we got given money?
So I understand this is, I think, I understand this is infrastructure that we're required to put in addition to the funding that we've received.
All right, okay, yeah, fair enough, yep.
But we can
Get back to me, that's right.
Deal with this now?
No problem.
Or we
So
can
I'm
come
not trying
back
to put you on the spot.
Okay.
Yeah. Carry on, sorry.
So in the east, DCs are anywhere from 8 to 13 and will go up to $29,240. And in the south, DCs are anywhere from 8 to 23,000 and will go up to $31,761. And in the west, DCs are anywhere from 13 to 34,000 and will go up to $35,534.
They sort of drop for a bit, don't they? Well, I mean, it's good in terms of having money to do stuff.
All sorted? Carry on.
And in the north, DCs are anywhere from 11 to 30, I think it's 33,000, and they will go up to $37,075. In Banks Peninsula, DCs are around 17,000 and will go up to 24,800. And in Akaroa Harbour, this is the one catchment where DCs have gone down. They're currently 68,000 and will go down to $45,107, and that's because the growth has gone up. Projected growth has gone up in Akaroa. So in terms of key policy issues, we're not looking to make a lot of changes to the policy itself. The first change that we're looking to make is with respect to DC remissions. So the policy currently provides for the ability for the council to remit or waive a DC in unique and compelling circumstances. We're finding this is essentially encouraging developers to seek a grant from the council for their DCs to be waived. The original intent of this clause was to allow the council to waive a DC or to address a matter specifically related to a DC charge. There have been very limited DC remissions granted primarily because that term unique and compelling is intended to set the threshold relatively high. Most recently, you granted remissions for the Cancer Society and the Braintree Trust. You've also granted past remissions for a cafe at Spraydon Lodge and for Kaumatua housing at the National Marae. Most councils do not have a DC remission clause, although there is no way to tell whether a remission can be sought directly from the council. We think it would be better to remove this provision from the policy. You could still provide a remission if you wanted via a decision inconsistent with your council policy, which is allowed for under Section 80 of the LGA. The other thing we've looked at is the life of existing demand credits. Existing demand credits provide an efficient way for the council to fairly treat both ratepayers and developers when allocating the cost of infrastructure to service growth development. The council's position has been to limit the life of existing demand credits for 10 years. This provides a balance between being fair to developers and recognising that a development has occurred on a site previously, but also being fair to ratepayers in that the liability to provide infrastructure to service that site doesn't exist indefinitely. The current 10-year life of credits has been in place since 2007, and then prior to that, credits lasted for 5 years. A 10-year life of credits is on the longer end of what councils who limit the life of credits provide. This is also Auckland Council's policy. Other councils vary between having no credits whatsoever and an indefinite life of credits. Council previously considered this issue with the 2021 policy. The policy went out for consultation with that 10-year life of credits, and we flagged it in our consultation document, although we didn't receive any feedback from submitters. So we're recommending keeping the 10-year life of credits, but we will include this in our consultation document as well. Just a note on this one, when we looked at this clause, we got the DC team to do a review of credits that had expired just in the central city. The value of these credits using the current or the proposed DC charges for central GST excluded is around $24 million. So if you were to make changes to this policy, you're potentially foregoing a significant amount of revenue if you were to apply that to the entire district. We're also looking to make a change to how we assess small residential units. We currently reduce the DC charge for residential dwellings with a gross floor area of less than 100 square metres. The reduction is in line with gross floor area, so an 80 square metre unit would be assessed at 80% of a HUI. In the last 10 years, houses have gotten significantly smaller. So in the last year, 45% of all building consents were for homes less than 100 square metres, and 24% were less than 80 square metres. This means the council is essentially providing a discount for almost half of all new homes. So we're looking to move to a residential unit adjustment based on bedrooms and to keep the adjustment just for one-bedroom homes. We're proposing that one-bedroom homes be assessed at 0.4 of a HUI. We have data that shows that 2/3 of all one-bedroom units have one person living in them, and 80% have two or fewer. The average household is 2.6 people, so these homes have half the assumed demand. The DC policy is based on assumptions and averages, and we're really only looking to adjust for situations that are significantly outside of what is built into the policy. We're also looking to include a large residential unit adjustment. We don't currently have one in the policy, but we are getting an increasing number of multiple tenancy housing with lock-up rooms that have like an ensuite and then a shared kitchen and lounge area, currently specifically around the university, but these are currently assessed as a single household unit. So the draft policy includes a large residential unit adjustment. We're suggesting this kick in at 7 bedrooms and be assessed at an additional 0.4 over HUI. And then we're making a couple of minor changes to the policy. These primarily have to do with some technical changes to assessments. So as I said, the DC policy is made up of assumptions about the average demand of different development types. Special assessments are used in cases where development is well outside assumed demand. We have a couple of provisions relating to stormwater that are inconsistent with the rest of the policy, so we're looking to amend them. The first relates to stormwater discounts in cases where developers have provided on-site mitigation. The district plan requires most developments to include on-site stormwater capacity as a condition of resource consent. Council's approach since 2006 has been to discount development contributions for stormwater where development provides mitigation that reduces demand on council network. Discounts range from 32% for a provision of on-site collection tank to 96% for developments that provide full on-site management of stormwater. However, these smaller discounts are inconsistent with the rest of our policy, where we're only looking to adjust when actual demand is double or half assumed demand. So we're looking to amend the policy to clarify that discounts only kick in when the reduction is more than half of what is assumed.
I'm just a bit confused here. So, say someone is doing a subdivision with 10 sections and half of a section is put aside for a first flush basin or stormwater mitigation or something like that. In the past, were they getting a reduction on that, or are you getting to the stage where people won't do that and they'll just say put it into the likes of the Eastman Reserve or Sparks Road Basin, we'll build more of those rather than having little ones all over the place?
So the stormwater team they have a calculation that they do to work out the infrastructure that's being provided, how much that reduces demand on the council infrastructure. Mm-hmm. And so depending on what kind of infrastructure is being provided, that dictates the level of discount.
Okay.
So for like a subdivision where a developer is putting in entire stormwater infrastructure to service that subdivision, they would receive almost a 96% reduction in their stormwater DCs.
Thank you.
And we're not proposing at this point to make changes to that, just the smaller ones like the rainwater tanks.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
The other special assessment provision relating to stormwater is in instances where two or more dwellings in a development are attached to each other. They're currently receiving a discount. Stormwater is dictated by demand for stormwater is dictated by impervious surface area. The average ISA per lot has been amended in this policy to reflect current averages, which takes into account the fact that houses are getting smaller and there is more infill. So we're proposing to remove this provision from the policy because there's no rationale to provide an adjustment just because the units are attached to each other. We're also making some adjustments to the HUI equivalences, which is how we convert non-residential demand into HUIs. So the transport methodology is going to be moving from district plan zones to land use. This aligns with how we treat water demand, and it also aligns with our business growth model. We're also including a provision for the council to charge a fee for development contribution assessments. DC admin is currently paid through the general rate. We're working through what a fair charge would be for this, and it will be consulted on as part of the council's fees and charges. And then we've also made some changes to the DC policy, the definition section, to address firstly the move to land use for transport, but also to address some questions and concerns that council staff get when in their interactions with developers.
So sorry, at the moment DCs are established by the council. And at the moment, the developer does not pay for that time that the...
No.
Okay.
And it's also not paid for in the building or consenting process. So
you'll be adding it on to
so
houses.
It's not going to be part of the DC charge because we can't charge DCs for staff time. It would just be a line item in the DC invoice for staff time. But they're currently working out what a fair charge would be for developers.
Mm-hmm. And sorry, that's for developers doing 10 sections or someone putting two houses on one section, same thing.
So for anyone who receives a DC invoice, there will be a line item for the administration of that assessment.
Yep.
So in terms of next steps, we are proposing to bring a draft policy to Finance and Performance on the 27th of November. We'll be seeking your endorsement to go out for consultation on the draft. Subject to your approval, we will be commencing consultation in December. We recognise that we are going out for consultation fairly close to Christmas, so we are proposing to have a slightly longer consultation period because a lot of our developers are businesses, and we recognise that they'll be taking a break over Christmas, and we want to make sure they've got enough time to make a submission on this policy. So consultation will be open through to mid-February, and then we'll have a hearings panel in March. And then we expect that Council will endorse the final policy for adoption in May. So that's it from me, but happy to take some questions. And like I said, I've got the team here
Yanni,
too.
and then Vic, and then James.
I just, we've got a very specific question around just, at the moment, if a developer develops like industrial or commercial land, do they pay DCs?
Yep.
And how do we assess that?
Pardon?
How do we assess that?
So it depends on what the development is, but if they would commercial DCs are assessed based on gross floor area for the most part, and then it depends on what's on the site currently. So if you're replacing like for like, there's no DCs.
If I give you, maybe it's easier if I give you a specific example. Massive commercial development in Langdons Road generated an amazing amount of growth in terms of the traffic network, and we're having to pay for the traffic transport upgrades. But I'm just trying to understand whether they are contributing anything to
They would have paid
that through DCs.
a lot of money for DCs. Maybe not for that particular job, but a lot of money. Take the example, just roughly, where Kelly lives, the developers that did that paid $32 million worth of DCs to the common good, to us.
Just for the commercial space?
No, sorry, for all the sections.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it at a residential level, like you have the household unit equivalent. Is it possible just to get a bit more understanding around how you do it for industrial and commercial?
So non-residential pay for so demand is based on gross floor area for the most part, unless there is a special assessment. So they pay for the additional gross floor area of a site. So if a site had 1,000 square metres of GFA and then it's redeveloped and it's 2,000 square metres of GFA, they pay for the difference.
Sure.
That's how we kind of treat.
And if they generate 10,000 extra heavy vehicle movements in a roading network,
that's built into the assessment. And if there is an element of that development that is well outside of assumed demand, the DC assessors will undertake a special assessment for that activity.
So just so I can understand it better, is it possible to get that Langdons Road and the Portlink one, just so I can see how it's been assessed?
Yeah, we can provide a memo.
Thanks.
On
And
that.
just I guess the bigger picture question is, in terms of the catchments, there's such a significant increase. It feels like what's happening is basically the older sort of intense areas are now being asked to subsidise the greenfield growth areas quite considerably. And if I look at the peninsula, for example, it seems like their DCs will go down, and the ones in the east are going up quite a lot. So is there a table that we've got that shows what the current DC charges are? Because you kind of mentioned it in the presentation, but I couldn't find a table in here that just shows you the impact of like what's happening in terms of the zoning.
So there should have been a handout that has the table of what the current charges are and what the new charges are. What is difficult about comparing where we are currently with where we're going is that the charges are different depending on where you are,
Right.
even within that catchment. So it's that's why I gave a range as we moved through, just because there are so many catchment combinations throughout the city that there's such a big range of what DCs currently are.
Are we able to go to look at smaller catchments? Because the feedback we've had through the LTP from some people in areas that have a lot of intensification is they feel like they don't see where the investment is back into those communities. And, Linwood, Waltham, Phillipstown, areas that have had a massive amount of growth, there doesn't seem to be any investment going back in any significant way that the community can see around things like roading network, etc.
The issue with smaller catchments is the smaller they are, the more administratively complex they are for staff to deal with. So we've proposed catchments that we think best reflect kind of local, the way in which development
Yeah, that's cool.
Just that like
uses.
in the eastern zone, Preston's is the same as like Wolston or Linwood, and that seems kind of unfair because it's two different realities. You've got modern subdivisions, quite low density, then you've got very high density intensive development happening.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I need to move on. Victoria, please.
Thank you for the presentation. It's quite a chunky issue. I can see there's a lot of work into this. I'm keen to understand whether you have done any pre-engagement, whether the team's done any pre-engagement with our developers across the city to help inform this piece of work.
Yes, so we went to the Property Council earlier this year and provided them with a briefing, and then we went to the Development Forum in July and provided them with a briefing as well. So we have done some pre-engagement with developers.
Thank you, mate. James?
Sorry, the second question,
sorry.
Mr Mayor.
Thought you were pressing the button.
Can I double back, please, to the unique and compelling circumstances on the remission? At this table, we've seen, you gave the two examples that we dealt with where we used that remissions policy. And you mentioned in the slide that it was encouraging developers to use it and essentially seek a grant from the council. Can you help me understand how often is that being triggered and how many people are seeking to use it so I can try and understand the extent of the problem, because we certainly haven't seen it at the table.
So unique and compelling is meant to be a high threshold. The developers, we don't get too many requests, like usually a couple a year, but it's usually the developers will make the argument that they themselves are what make the development unique and compelling, like they're a charity or something like that, as opposed to the development itself being unique and compelling. So that's kind of what we're talking about here. The developments themselves are not actually unique if they're building like accommodation or a new office or something like that. So that's kind of what we're talking about when we sort of say that developers seem to be requesting a grant via this remission, because they're just basically asking for their DCs to be waived.
Thank you.
Jim?
Oh, thanks for that. Two comments and one question. The first one is, I have to say though, I thought it was an outstanding presentation, so I really appreciate it. It's fantastic, really clear, and a lot of work that's gone into it, so thank you. The second comment follows on from what Vic was saying about the DC remission policy. And I guess DC credits have obviously expired since the earthquake, but the rebuild and the effects of the earthquake are obviously far from done. So, in some ways, and I'm kind of thinking out loud here, but I almost feel that the DC remission policy at the discretion of the council helps recognise the unique circumstances that Christchurch as a city, is facing and is still dealing with as a result of the earthquake. So, intuitively, I almost feel that I think it feels like the wrong decision for me to close the door on that or make that more difficult. So I like the preservation of a DC remission policy at the discretion of the council, but I just wonder, in light of what you're saying, if it perhaps might need some tweaking instead of scrapping. Mm-hmm. So that's just my, because there's obviously some learnings from it and perhaps fleshing out that, the development itself is unique and compelling. I just think that we are such a unique case as a direct result of a $40 billion rebuild. You just need to look around the city to see that there are still challenges that no other part of New Zealand is facing. So for me, I just feel that perhaps refining that might be the way to go instead of scrapping it. But, obviously open to it. So that's just my comment. The question is that I have is, how will the draft DC policy reflect our goal as a council to have 20,000 residents living inside the 4 avenues? Because I think, again, intuitively, I think PC 14 has the potential to really undermine this. So can DCs be used as a tool to help, or as a tool to sort of help tip that affordability balance and encourage commercial decisions that help Christchurch achieve the goals that we ourselves have set.
The DC charges changing so much doesn't seem to have been triggered by the changes to catchments, because we're not seeing big shifts in. So it's not like we're seeing DC charges in the Greenfield catchments go way down as opposed when we've moved to those sort of localised catchments. The changes in the charges seem to be triggered by the growth model. The growth projections have gone down quite a lot from 2021, and the cost of the growth projects has gone up quite a bit. So that's what's primarily triggering those charges to be so much higher than they currently are, as opposed to necessarily losing that central city catchment that we have, because the central city charges and what we currently have versus what we are moving to with that central catchment, the charges there currently are about the same. So it's really the change in the charges is triggered by those changes to the growth model and the cost of those assets. We can't artificially raise DC charges, but we can cap them. So if council was concerned about charges in a certain part of the district, you could cap them, but then that would need to be paid for by ratepayers. So any revenue that you choose to forgo with DCs is picked up by the ratepayer.
Just to add to that, councillors off, there is also, it's open to the council to consider rebate policies, and that's how we looked at the central city some time ago. It was rebate policies for central city area, so that's another option.
Yeah, we recommended that rebate scheme be closed a couple of years ago because it was considered that the DC policy or the rebate scheme wasn't influencing developer decisions. At that time, DCs had gone down quite a bit, but if there was interest from the council, given the changes to the charges, we could revisit that if that was wanted.
No, that's really useful. It's just, it's really obvious, and it's not, a dig at anything. It's just reality. The goal that we've obviously set, we are not going to meet. So that's fine, but I just think that, it's, I need to pick my words carefully, but be disappointing if we thought, well, in light of the information that we have, that we know we're not going to meet the goals that we've set, we're not going to change anything as a result of it, because otherwise we're just going to continually fail. So I kind of think with the information we've got, is there an ability to tweak so we can help move us in the direction of where our aspirations are? So I think those comments are really helpful around that, but it sounds like there's an opportunity perhaps there, but it's just got to be fair and consistent.
Yeah, and I think that the point that Alan makes, that it actually does move development. Yeah.
No, that's helpful. Thank you.
Melanie.
I was just wondering, for the administration charge, is that going to be a flat fee, or will it be varied? Because some sound like more complicated and take more time.
I don't think it's been confirmed yet. There had been discussion that a flat fee could be the fairest. The DC assessment team sort of thought that it took them about the same amount of time to do all assessments. But it may be that, for example, like a stage subdivision, there could be like a sliding scale fee, but that hasn't been confirmed yet. Yeah.
Okay, done. Andre, please, and that'll do.
Thank you. Yeah, just following on from Councillor Goff, it would be really good to look at that remissions policy and how we can take advantage of PC14, because the city being built full of 2- and 3-storey places, which just seems absolutely nuts, and we've got this population target, and no one wants to build 4 stories and above because you had to build an elevator and so on and so forth. So, it does seem like a perfect time to be looking at that kind of thing. Just following on from Yanni and looking at Landon's Road, also just able to look at the 2 new commercial developments on Halsey Road. I'm just really keen to understand, for my knowledge, what is considered and how those DC amounts are put together. Just if we could add those 2 to find more about, would be really useful. So the Acres development and the Woolworths development.
I'm familiar with them, so I can talk to Alan.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. And it's good to see or hear that if you've got houses under 60 square metres, or was 80 square metres, you were going to be only 60%?
1 bedroom.
Oh, 1 bedroom. Okay. Yeah, right. So you're taking into account that, otherwise it becomes not fair. So just to be clear to people out in TV land, if you've got a section with an old house on it, you bowl the old house and you put one new house on there, no DCs.
Yeah.
If you bowl it and put two on, you pay one
Yeah.
DC, not a title, just an extra living unit.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you can pay DCs to subdivide,
Yep.
or pay DCs to put an additional dwelling. But if you pay DCs for the additional dwelling and then you later subdivide, you've already got credit for that dwelling, so you wouldn't pay DCs for the subdivision.
And if you buy a new section, and because that section has already paid its DCs, the new house that goes on it, no matter where the new section is, that's no DCs at all.
Correct.
Unless you put two on.
Oh, can I just check? What about the larger house?
Yes, so we are trying to be really targeted with this. That's why we've gone to 7 bedrooms. So if someone built a very, very big house that had 7 bedrooms, they would pay an additional 0.4 of a HUI. But we are really looking to target these sort of multiple tenancy lockup situations that we are finding around the university, as opposed to just targeting large family homes.
And just one last thing from me. Take the likes of the commercial subdivision, for example. If someone buys a 4,000 square metre section in a new subdivision that has already got DCs paid on it, and they plonk a building there, and sometimes it will only be a warehouse, they'll pay DCs on, well, in theory, they shouldn't pay it on the toilet or the water because that's paid. So they're only really paying extra for the transport that they're creating. Is that how you're nutting that out?
So a subdivision DC for a commercial property pays 1 HUI per section.
Yeah, just
and
like
then
it.
you
Yep.
get credit for that HUI, and then you pay for additional demand for any activity that that development is serviced by. So if it's connected to wastewater and water supply, then it will pay DCs for those activities.
If
and then
there's more than
transport.
one Huey's lot of...
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and commercial developments would naturally be more than 1 HUI just because of the size of them and the demand that is generated. So 1 HUI is just the demand generated by an average household. So by nature, commercial developments, the demand generated is more than 1 HUI.
And you work that out on the square metres floor area of the new
For the
building?
most part, unless it is an activity that generates a very high level of demand, in which case it would receive a bespoke special assessment. But most of the time it is conducted based on GFA.
Okay, thank you. That's brilliant. And thank you very much for a very good presentation. Thank you very much. Good on you. Okay, where are we? Yeah, thank you, Ellen. We now have Bede and Russell and Peter to provide us an update with the annual plan.
Mary wants to come to the table for this. So
There you go. Fire away, mate.
So, Your Worship and Councillors, welcome to the third of what is essentially the transport workshop. Again, we will just give that very brief overview of the finances before we get into the third part of the transport presentation that Lynette will run for us, and then we'll conclude with the next steps. Russell, do you just want to recap where we, in terms of finance?
Certainly, Bede. Yeah, it will be brief because there's been no change to this point. Just pointing out the significant levers and the impacts that the different components have on, I guess, pointing up to what the rates movement is. That's a slide we've seen before, as is this. So that's a position that we had some time ago. We're still working through the process, working through across the business. We've had 2 significant sessions with ELT, and there's another one planned towards the end of this week. They've been probably a couple of hours each, going through a number of things, and we're looking to update the information as it comes through from the business. Also expecting the burial information to come through. End of this week we're expecting. So I'll be able to update that, and we'll have some questions on that when it comes through as well. So look, I'm just happy to take any questions on anything that we've presented thus far.
Yeah.
Only my constant question, probably to you, Bede, which is we will still get options in the new year to make choices on, won't we?
But, sorry,
We will still get options in the new year around some of those levers that we can make choices
we
on.
will be aiming that through you, Your Worship. Yes, we will absolutely be aiming to bring back some options for councillors to what they can do to mitigate the increase. Yes, correct.
Thank you. Carry on. Oh, sorry, Yanni, I didn't see you there.
Just at a high level, given the impact of the transport stuff, are we going to get a report before the draft annual plan looking at changes to the transport program based on the LTP resolutions? But I thought we were going to get a report back in September that weighed up, looked at our LTP, looked at the new policy settings and funding, and then we were going to kind of prioritise, because a whole bunch of people had amendments around different things. And I'm just trying to understand whether that process is going to happen ahead of the draft annual plan, or whether it's just going to happen as part of the annual plan.
I think that's my question, I think, Councillor. That's the process we've been going through for the last 3 briefings, and I'm summarising where we're at with those amendments and where we're at with what we're proposing, and that's the feedback we need to have in order to build into the annual plan.
Sorry, I feel like we're missing a decision-making point along the way. So we had a whole bunch of people that wanted to move amendments as part of the LTP. We had advice from Audit New Zealand, or staff advice that might trigger some problems with audit. So we put a whole bunch of stuff on the table to get a report back at a certain date in the future. I thought that was September, but it might be October.
Through you, Your Worship, to your point, Councillor Johansson, look, there will be, at some point, decisions will have to be made on the annual plan, including on transport, and that will be by way of report, and the options will be presented then. These workshops are really about trying to set the scene and the framework that we're operating within, and to give you updated information that we've received in respect of transport.
But effectively, the key takeaway is, for people in the community who are asking me what's happening with, the different streets, is it'll be in the draft annual plan. You'll have a chance to make submission. That's when we'll go to the revised program around transport, around budget.
Correct. Through you, Your Worship, that is correct. It will be in the draft annual plan, which we're currently building. We're using these information sessions to help us build that.
Okay, thank you for the clarity.
Sarah.
Yeah, just following on though, because some of those things that we put on hold, like the Taratai, those kind of things, we discussed being able to do them within this financial year. So Yanni's point around us making a decision, having a report to council this calendar year to get some of those changes done. That was something that we were looking at, and I thought that when we discussed this at the first briefing, I thought that I recalled that we would be getting something, not rather than wait until next June to get some of those off the ground.
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, that's my understanding as well, and we're aiming to bring back at the end of this year,
This calendar year,
yep, some decisions that will be made that will set the scene for what we will build as the draft annual plan.
But it's more than just the draft annual plan, because there's things like Te Atai, Wheels Twins, those kind of things where there might be parts of them that are ready to go now, where there would have been funding available in this financial year. So actually starting shovels in the ground ahead of June.
We can address that in that report too.
Through you, Your Worship, we can address that in the report that will be coming.
Okay, great, thanks.
We can. We're aware that there are a number of decisions to be made through you, Your Worship, but want to, I guess, give you a full view of the program of work plan for the next year as part of building that, and correct that there are decisions to be made that were, if you like, deferred from the LTP.
Yeah.
Just through the chair, just to add to Bede's, and particularly comments, particularly in relation to transport, all of those decisions that were deferred or not put at the time of the LTP, they were what came back as the carryover. We called them the carryover actions. So we've gone through all of them, we believe. Yeah. Yep. Yep. So. Yep. Yep. So we can work with finance to add to that report.
Yeah, we can. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Please carry on.
That's me.
That is you.
That is me. Kia ora koutou. Today I've looked to try and bring back information on all the other bits of all the other topics that have come up throughout these three briefings and hopefully wrap up where we've got to. Today there's a little bit of information about healthy streets, what it is and how we use it and what we've got programmed in the system. There was questions about street trees, so I've got a bit of information about street trees, which I'll get Stephen to help me present. And then I'm actually going to hand over to Gemma and Stephen to talk about the setting of speed limits rule and the information that we've got at the moment and what we know. And then I'll come back and we'll talk to program and questions, any other questions or any other discussion that you want us to consider, and do a summary of where we're at and where we think we're at and what we're looking to bake into the plan for the long-term plan, given the feedback that we've had for the three sessions. So, and I forgot to add this to the agenda, but the other one I said we would send out, and hopefully you've received them all, are the structures programs. Basically, all the detail you've got in those structures programs, they're all, again, condition-based, more so than age. They have a risk-based approach. They both look at the risk to the structure, of the structure, and the risk to public. So, it might be the guardrails or the risk to the public using it really is what it is, and whether it will hold the weight or stand up in an event. Those inspections, those condition inspections, are done on a combination of 2 or 3 yearly inspections. So those are all, the cost of those inspections are all baked into our OPEX program as we've got it now. They continue. So the 4 programs that you've got are bridges, and the bridges are a combination of the big bridges that we've got in the city and right down to small single span bridges that we've got over on the peninsula. There's a lot of those that service 2 or 3 properties up very small, low volume roads, and particularly the big bridges we've got over here in the city. Retaining walls. The picture of some of the roads got some of our big retaining walls on it, as has there's a lot in Littleton, there's a lot on the peninsula, but there's also a lot on this side of the hills as well. What are we, about 1,300, 1,400? There's over 1,000 retaining walls that we've got ownership of, and there's often discussions about ownership. There Then we've got guardrails, like the guardrail on Sumner Road that we've got. We've got them all around the city and on the peninsula. And guardrails need to be structurally sound because they are designed, they're not a sight rail, they are designed to stop a vehicle should it veer off the road. And then we've got gantries, and the picture you see at the top there is an example of a gantry. The other ones are the big ones that have the big green signs on them. And of course we want those to be structurally sound because it's not ideal if those big structures decide not to stay up in the air. So that's our structures program, and you've got it. You've got the detail of what's proposed in those programs over the next 3 years in the lists that you've got there. Have you got anything to add to that?
No, it's good.
No.
Just on guardrails, the ones that are replaced on Dyer's Pass at the bottom.
Yep.
That needs replacing again. It got hit in the weekend.
Thank you.
And the
Actually,
idea,
I've got one question from Celeste now, but before we carry on, is that all right, Celeste? Yeah.
Yeah, it was just in regards to, you mentioned the list. Is that in the briefing notes? Because I couldn't see
should
that.
have come through at the same time as the
Okay.
briefing on Friday, but if it didn't, I will get it sent. I'll
Okay.
get it resent.
Be good to get a copy of that. I'll email through my question, but will we be getting, for instance, Pages Road Bridge, will that be listed in some detail on that in terms of the updated seismic report?
No, the lists that are coming through are the details of the programs. So, like the lists that you had of the streets that are being done and all the.
Okay.
So it's the detail of which bridges will be done in which years, and it includes all of the small ones out in the peninsula. Pages Road is listed in the LTP in its own right, so it's not being delivered under the structures program. It's being delivered as a standalone project.
So if we wanted information about the most recent seismic assessment through the structures program for that bridge, would that be listed through a separate part of the work stream? Where would I find that information? Because it says here we do inspections of the bridges. Is that something that we can get?
So yes, yeah. So we at Pages Road, I believe we've sent out the information about the Pages Road in particular. I believe we've sent out the information about the.
I might have missed it. I'm just looking at the most recent media response, which says
I think
we need an updated seismic assessment. So I don't know if we've received that. I might have missed it. So apologies if I have.
That would be a separate request through the ICA.
I'll send that
so we
through.
do that.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Healthy streets. Healthy streets. I think Councillor Johansson. This was a discussion we had early on in the program. There is a second slide in the pack further on with a little bit more detail about what it is and how we use it. But in essence, Healthy Streets is a tool that was developed in the UK for transport planning and design, and it's been piloted here in New Zealand through NZTA. It basically gives us a toolkit, as you can see from you can't really see that, but it gives us a toolkit for gauging how safe, how relaxing, how welcoming an environment is. So there's lots of other factors that come into that. It is a factor when designing streets, and that if you want to design streets for people, not just for vehicles going through it. So it is a tool that we can use, but it isn't actually a program of work that we have named as a program of work. But it is a tool that we will use to incorporate into our local area planning and the forward work that we do in the process. So, but it's not a program of work as such. Does that cover? I mean, there's a link there to Healthy Streets. But it is not, so like I said, it's not a program of work that we're running with at the moment.
Sorry, but we did so we actually as a council commissioned research into Sydenham, Bishopdale, Hornby, Shirley, Belfast and Linwood around Healthy Streets. So we did have specific LTP projects around Healthy Streets. So have they all been removed, or are they still?
So I
there?
don't know those programs, councillor. I'm sorry.
Right.
They're not in the program that we've got now.
Okay.
So when were they in? When was that work completed?
So
and then I can go back and find
that
it.
was, sorry, I'm just trying to get. Can we get? Is it possible for us to get copies of CPMS sheets? Because it's quite easy. It's a lot easier for us to actually be able to reference stuff. But I'm just going to try to go back through the emails. But this was, remember, transport choices.
CPMS, sorry.
We
So yes, there was some work done
forward.
for transport choices. Yes.
And the community board said, keep the money on budget, please don't remove it. And then there was a big discussion about whether there was actually money on budget or not, because one data set had it on and the other had it removed. And then we deferred it through the transport choices because government were going to give us 7 million. And we said not to as a council. We said, no, thanks, we don't want your money. We don't think we've got the capacity to do it. But we still had to have something in our LTP to even apply for it. So the program was pushed out, the project was pushed out. But we're given that we've done the work around the assessment of areas around that whole Healthy Streets approach, can we just be kind of get an understanding about what we're doing with that information to inform the work going forward and what the specific projects are?
So, through the chair, there was a proposal developed. I'm just trying to clarify this with the councillor. There was a proposal developed with SURF for the Transport Choices program for walkable streets around Linwood. It was built based on this, but also the work that was done with Aranui Healthy Streets that was done with Mackie Research. So there was two pieces of work that built into that, and it was accepted by NZTA as part of the Transport Choices program. Yep, agree. That Transport Choices program was stopped and the work was paused, as we discussed last week. Last week. So that program hasn't gone forward, but I don't know about Bishopdale and I don't know about the others that were done. I have to apologise. But at the moment, while we use it as a tool to inform what needs to happen in a piece of work, but it's, from our point of view, it'll be used more moving forward as a tool rather than for what we've got right now.
I'll find that.
Thank you, Yannick. Mark, would you like to...
Just to tease that a little bit further, I guess. Is this, should it become a part of your toolkit and sort of project going forward, be used as something that might be able to analyse the likes of State Highway 1, Hornby, in the way of a healthy street environment? Because it would be, to me, having a project to do this sort of, I guess, research and analysis, I think would be incredibly powerful. Is that a possibility we can work towards that?
I suggest that would be a possibility that you would have to take up with the team at NZTA, because they are fundamentally doing that work. Yeah. But this is being piloted by NZTA. Whether it is moving forward or not, that depends on the guidance and the direction that they get from the government.
Okay, cool. I'll have a catch up offline with NZTA.
Thank you, Mark. Now, what we'll do, I'm just realising how many more slides we've got.
Yeah, I'll quit.
But there was Victoria having her one because she's on the list, and then we won't have any more questions till the end.
Thank you, Mayor Phil. You mentioned this Healthy Streets is being piloted through NZTA. I'm keen to understand where they're at in the life cycle of the pilot, how long this is going on for, and also recognising that we don't have a program as such for Healthy Streets. Are the Healthy Streets components of the program funded by NZTA?
I'm not sure I can answer any of that today, Councillor, I'm sorry, but parts of it won't be, because footpaths and trees and some of the more amenity parts of the implementation aren't funded by NZTA and haven't been ever.
Okay, and I'd appreciate if you come back to me just in terms of understanding the life cycle. Where are they at?
Yeah.
With it, thanks.
Next one, street trees. I'm going to hand over to Steve to talk to this one.
Perfect. Street trees. Everyone loves or hates street trees. I'm just going to give you a few facts and figures around what we do with street trees on our roading network. We have approximately or just over 3 million OPEX expenditure every year trying to deal with street trees. And this is spread across reactive response to customer requests, maintenance of young and old trees, and removing them where needed. Just to give you a few facts, I think last year alone we pruned over 3,000 trees. We actually removed over 600 trees last year from the transport network. So it's a lot of work in this space, and I think we responded to over 3,500 tickets or customer requests regarding trees. So yep, street trees are popular. We also have a small capex budget for street trees as well. That's more around the planting of new trees. But yeah, street trees are quite complicated, as you're all aware. They're a living asset. You know, they're impacted by weather events, whether it's exceptionally dry or exceptionally wet or windy. That can have an impact on the health of a tree. They also damage our assets, and that's another issue that we need to try and contend with. So yeah, dealing with street trees is pretty complicated. One of the other big issues that we're trying to deal with is compliance with Orion around the electrical regs. If you could please just flick on a slide.
Yeah, I can, sorry.
Thank you. As you can see there's a power line going right through the middle of those trees, which is not ideal. And street trees do enhance the amenity of a street, but at the same time, we're not compliant with legislation in that situation there. So we've had an ongoing program where there are 850 trees to try and resolve conflicts, and we're down to 190 trees now. So we're working quite hard through that process. Some of you will be aware there's significant work in that space on Emmett Street that will require the removal of several trees. We try and save the trees as far as we can. We also look at options with Orion if we can divert the power lines or underground them. So we do look at all options before getting to the point of removing trees. To try and meet our needs for this programme, we are going to need to rephase our OPEX budgets over the next few years, because we need to do this work sooner rather than later. We've got OPEX in future years, but we need the money brought forward to try and fix that. The problem with removing so many trees is that we need to replant them, and our policy states we should be replacing them 2 for 1. And as part of the urban forest plan, we need to be trying to aim for that 50% cover over our network. So we are working on that. We haven't got a program in place at the moment to do this, but we are working on that to try and get that in place. But yeah, that's street trees for you.
And a big bit of that piece of work is to understand the gaps in the network where we possibly can put trees, because the conflict with services is quite difficult at times. Yeah. Do you want questions now, or should we?
You've got a long way to go, haven't you? All right, we'll do street trees. Yeah, Victoria, then Sarah.
Thank you. Recognising that street trees aren't just about improving amenity, but they're well recognised for providing shade and cooling properties in a rising climate. I'm keen to understand at a really high level, do you consider street trees as critical roading infrastructure, or do we plan it and program it as an add-on if we've got money for it? So just keen to understand that hierarchy.
I would say they are part of the roading infrastructure, and we consider them as such.
Yeah.
Whenever we do any street renewals where we consider boundary to boundary, we always try and put more trees in where we can.
Yeah.
And the right species and in the right locations.
The big one's about the right species and the right location.
Yeah, Sarah, please. Yeah.
Yeah, just quickly, I think that 15% was the figure in the draft, and I think on the day based on feedback we changed it to 20%. So yeah, I think that there might be something to have a quick look at. Yeah. And we've talked about the fact that they cause damage. There's also that work that shows that the extra shading on those trees that are shady can help preserve the surface on really hot days and those kind of things as well.
Yeah, it is.
So, yeah.
Completely agree.
Yeah. Mark, please.
Yep, just to look at that top point there, the replacement trees. Question's been asked through time, is there a register we keep of when we take out trees and where we're planning to put them back in?
We know exactly where we've been taking them out from, but we haven't got a fully formed plan of where we're planning to put them back in yet. That's what we're working on.
We're still working on that, so we know what we've got to make up. Yeah.
Just one quick question from me. In in my street, there's a 40-year-old tree that died at the top, so I got booked out. Cool, that's right. I was talking to one neighbour, he's mad keen on getting some new ones put in, a la cherry trees or whatever like we've got around here. And the answer came back, oh, you can't do it because it's being planted over a cable. The tree that was there was planted over a cable. It was there for 40 years. So why do we not just plant one there and worried about it in 40 years' time? If a smaller tree, right, the one that came out without a word below was that round.
Yeah.
So it was wrong tree, wrong place. So if we planted the right tree in the right place, we should be able to still put it over the cable, or is that a definite no-no?
I think it's a definite no-no unless there's some really specific design solutions to try and protect that cable. The problem is, by putting a new tree in, we're creating the problem. Whereas if that tree was put in 40 or 50 years ago, that was, that's a long time in the past. If we create a new issue now, then we become liable for it.
The analogy I use, Mr. Mayor, is like the building standards. The standards that we have to work to now with utilities code has been updated, and so we have to run with the current standards, which were probably different back then.
Yeah, because
I know it seems illogical, but that's
because it's a real bummer because we're taking out some trees like the ones in Emmett Street.
Yeah,
and you would probably love to plant something there, but you can't.
We would love to plant.
So have we got an area set aside? I'll call it the Avon River Corridor, or somewhere where all these groups of 2-for-1 trees are being planted, so
we're working together with Toby and the team and parks to make sure that we're doing the right thing.
Doesn't help the street.
But we want to make sure that the streets aren't just
bare.
Denuded, bare. And we want to be able to plant the right species in the streets so that the streets look and feel nicer and are cooler and have all those benefits of having trees.
I do struggle a little bit. It's Pauline will be jumping up and down if she's here. She's got a resident that's been told that her poplar tree is on her property, is jiggering the footpath. So we're asking her to take it out, and it's going to cost 17 grand. Okay, now we also have trees that jigger footpaths, and sometimes that person, whoever it is fence or letterbox or driveway, and we sometimes struggle to say, right, that's causing grief, take it out and plant a new one. So we need to get, that's your 850 problems still, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, so we got Yanni, then Kelly, but then we'll move on.
I've managed to get the CPMS number for the Healthy Streets Linwood project, so I might just give it to you. 72761.
So again, I know about the Healthy Streets Linwood project, but I didn't know about Bishopdale and Sydenham and all the other ones that you talked to. So that was the one I didn't know.
Oh yeah, that was just as part of the assessment. So that's why I was interested, like what we do, looking with that assessment. But anyway, that was the specific Linwood one. So it would be good just to get clarity where that is in the budget.
Thank you, mate.
And just in terms of the trees, so as the chair of the tree policy hearing, we're supposed to get annual reports to community boards. Well, you can laugh if you want, but actually we spent a lot of time listening to people, Jake, and we came up with recommendations to council, and it would be good to see the progress on those. And one of the actions that we had was that community boards on an annual basis would be given advice and reports around trees, the number of trees removed, the number of trees planted. So I just wanted to check if that's still happening, and because it was something that
we'll work with the team in Parks and Toby to make sure we get back to you on that, because it's not just us, of course it's...
Yeah, understood.
Okay, so we've got Kelly and Sarah, and we have to get on, because I know you've got a fair bit up your sleeve, haven't you?
Recently had a case of a developer planted some silver birch trees years ago and have caused significant health issues for a child and a family. How often do we take down trees because of the health effects on residents? Is that
we've done a few recently because of the health effect on residents, and there is a process in our system. If you go onto our website and on our public website, there is a process there for working through that.
Yeah, no, it's good. They're going through that now.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
And it's with the community boards.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just last one on that particular issue that the mayor raised, where someone was being asked to remove a tree, whether it's possible for us to do things instead of removing the tree, like we don't want trees removed generally, whether we could just ask them to spend a small amount of money to fix the footpath. like we would do normally. We would just fix the footpath.
We
Anyway.
will need to come back to you
Yeah,
on
yeah,
the
yeah.
specifics of that one separately.
Yeah, well, that's what we do the other way around. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, quickly go.
I'm going to hand over to the lovely Gemma because she knows this far better than I do.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Tēnā koutou. So this is, I guess, an interim update on the speed limit changes, in that the new rule comes into effect tomorrow, and the new speed guide to accompany that rule change is also due to be released tomorrow. So the full impacts of the rule are not completely known until that guide is released. However, we do understand potential impacts at this time on speed limit reversals, our speed management plan, the school variables, and the implementation costs. So known implications for council. In the transitional provisions in section 11 of the new rule, we are required to reverse speed limits on specified roads that were introduced after the 1st of January 2020. Those specified roads in the rule include local streets where the permanent 30-kilometre speed limit, where one of the reasons for reducing the speed limit was because there is a school in the area, urban connectors, interregional connectors, which we generally don't have in Christchurch, and these need to be submitted to Waka Kotahi by the 1st of May 2025, with the limits being reversed by the 1st of July 2025. So just in terms of some examples, an urban connector would be somewhere like Littleton Street or Rose Street that has just recently been changed through the Safe Speed Neighbourhood Programme. They would have to revert back to 50. However, they both have schools on, so they would also get variables. Where those kind of changes have to occur outside schools, we would look to prioritise those, so the implementation of the variable would be in at the same time as the removal of a permanent 30, to make sure that we're providing the safest streets as possible. Local streets where the permanent 30k speed limit was one of the reasons for reducing the speed limit, we are trying to understand and clarify further with the agency. We have implemented through the CRAF program and the Slow Speed Neighbourhood program a number of 30k zones, which is Braden, Summerfield, Beckenham, Waltham, Linwood, Bromley. And because the intention was around slow speed neighbourhoods, it wasn't necessarily for the purposes of the school that we would push to keep those as 30 kilometres an hour, and then address the schools within that. Although ultimately, if the school speed limit is a permanent 30 and the adjacent street is a permanent 30, that actually it could be retained as a 30 outside the school permanently. Okay. What does it mean for our interim speed management plan? It doesn't have any legal effect from tomorrow. So really anything that was consulted on and approved as part of that plan but not installed will now have to go through the new process. We can go through a new speed management plan, or we can use the alternative method process outlined in the rule. If we pursue a speed management plan, we must consider a range of interventions, including safety infrastructure, but any speed limit that ultimately gets approved by council has to be certified by the director at Waka Kotahi, and we have to demonstrate three things: that we've met the consultation requirements, that we've met the cost-benefit disclosure statement, and we have set the speed limits in accordance with the classifications within the rule. So around new speed limits, the permitted permanent speed limits are set within the rule. So there's little flexibility in what we can set on streets. There is no scope for 30 kilometres an hour permanent speed limits for our local neighbourhood streets. There is a potential for 40 if we can demonstrate that there's significant levels of pedestrian and cycle behaviour, or there's urban streets with no footpaths. And again, we have to show those cost-benefit disclosure statements as part of any certification to the agency. How we work these through council still needs to be determined. Ultimately, council will approve speed limits prior to submission for certification, but whether that goes through the boards as Part A's or it comes directly to council still needs to be determined. So schools. By the 1st of July 2026, roads outside school gates must have variable speed limits. Variable limits can be provided through electronic or static variable signs. So from a cost perspective, it would be maybe useful to get your feedback on a mixed model. So our high volume streets with main gates, on those busy streets, we could look at electronics. But for those back gates on local streets, maybe we proceed with static variables so that we can try and keep costs reasonable through the program. Variable limits can extend for 300 metres outside the school gate, and we can set times within reasonable constraints. So we cannot exceed 45 minutes either side of the school bell. If there is an electronic variable speed limit sign, we can switch them on for up to 10-minute periods. All of our schools here are category 1, and so we'll have 30 kilometres an hour speed limits during those variable times. And thankfully, the variable limits that we have put in place, especially recently, so along Sparks Road, would be longer than the 300 metres, but they can be retained. So challenges, we don't have all the answers yet. We have been in discussions with Auckland Transport, Wellington City Council and Hamilton as officers to try and understand what it means for our networks. The speed management guide that provides the information for RCAs is yet to be published. Again, that should come out tomorrow. So staff are still working through what the rule means for our network based on the information provided to date, and that's been around scale of reversals, cost to undertake reversals. So it's not just the sign removal, the road marking. There's also comms and marketing that we will have to do to make sure our community understands the changes to the speed limits. And next steps. When the Waka Kotahi guidance is published, we will prepare a detailed list of specific roads that are affected. We will need to advise schools of the impacts, and we will need to undertake costings and confirm budget. We can then provide these lists and undertake briefings to community boards and council. After a brief look, Waimero and Waipuna are probably the least affected community boards, with the main changes that have occurred more recently being Waipapa, Waihoro, and Te Pataka, Banks Peninsula. So after that, we will need to advise the schools on impacts and timeframes for delivery, prepare an implementation plan, and again, prepare a communication and engagement plan to update our communities on speed limits.
We will also, through the chair, come back to council with a more detailed briefing on the cost implications of this as well.
So I can try and answer any questions, and if I don't have the answers, I will try and get that information from the agency.
Right, because the rest of the presentation we'll do next week, I understand, but we'll do the questions on what you've just done there. Gemma, is that right? Okay, so first we've got Timothy.
Yeah, just a couple. First of all, with the minister, he went to Wakatahi and just asked what the price of what the traffic management was costing their clients, so to speak. They had no idea. So I think it would be really good for us to let the minister know, once we've had all these changes, what's it actually going to cost the ratepayers of Christchurch, all these changes. So I think that's really important. I'm going back to your first point on slide 17, where it states at the very bottom of that, non-compliance of rule is not a lawful option for CCC. So I think that's number one thing with our communication. We do not have a choice with this, because many of the changes that we've had have been driven by and wanted by communities. So I think that's really important. So with regards to Rose Street, the 30k at the end where the school is can remain at 30k because of the school, but everywhere else obviously it won't.
So the status of Rose Street, like Littleton Street, is an urban connector, so they would have to change back to 50 permanently. But because Rose Street has the school entrance for Cashmere High, that they would get a variable speed limit of 30, just like they used to have. And we would try to make sure that that variable is in place by July 2025. So when we have to remove the 30, they've still got 30 at school times.
And the variable time, we communicate or we ask the school what the best time, because I know that there are a number of schools that have kind of thought, oh, maybe that time limit that we've got is not exactly, doesn't fit theirs or what they feel is the best. So we work with the school directly to set the as in 3 p.m. or 3:15 to whenever.
Correct. And to some extent, standalone schools like South New Brighton, if they asked for a certain time, we could give them that certain time. I think what we just need to be cognizant of is the Kura Kaupapa school around the corner probably has different times, and we just need to make sure that a driver travelling through the area has consistent understanding of what they need to be driving and when.
Yep.
So we probably do need to set kind of some boundaries around clusters where we've got multiple schools. Merivale's going to be really important given the density of schools within that area between Papanui Road and Russell Street.
But the logic there would be that you connect with all the schools to work out the best overall time, because obviously the governments of Waka Kotahi are now saying you can only have 45 minutes, irrelevant to the school.
Correct.
Right, okay, thank you. Cheers.
Right, I'm going to have to go. Sarah, you're next, please.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but
A couple of just quick questions. Firstly, suburbs that were done, sort of neighbourhoods that were done sort of Power and Sumner, they're captured by this, even though they were part of just the normal council slow speed neighbourhood stuff rather than the speed management plan, and they were really well supported by the community. So Power had 90% support.
So whether they had support or not only in the rule refers back to agency roads. That's not a consideration factor within council's one. Sumner, I believe, so main roads, main streets and activity streets are not a specified road. So say Lincoln Road through Addington, some of those Sumner streets were changed because it's a town centre or it's a neighbourhood street. And I think from a ratepayer's perspective, we would try and maintain as much of that as possible so that we don't have to spend the money on changing it back if it aligns with the rule. So neighbourhood streets that weren't put in for the purposes of school should be able to remain because the purpose and the intent was around our slow speed neighbourhood program funded through long-term plan with the resolution from council that we deliver those. So that would, my understanding from the rule is that we can keep as much of that. Power Road probably would be up there for discussion as an urban connector, but the section outside the shops where we've got the raised platform, depending on the classification, we may be able to go back after we've done all the reversals to see if we can get that lower under the new speed limit rule.
But the barrier for putting new neighbourhoods in is much higher than it used to be. So the new rule goes well beyond just reversing Labour's stuff to actually telling us not to do anymore, basically.
So I guess this is where we're going to have to figure out process because we're still continuously getting requests for lower speed limits on our streets. We do have to go street by street now and kind of identify that cost benefit disclosure statement. But if our TomTom data is showing that people are travelling around 40 kilometres an hour along a street, then the journey time saving isn't necessarily there when you post something at 40. So from a technical analysis, that's kind of where we would be coming from to see how people are using the street. And I guess the guidance hopefully will give us some more direction on what it means where there's a lot of people walking and cycling, because some of our streets are quite busy.
That's great.
With people walking and cycling.
Thanks.
Thank you. We've got 3 more and then we are going to have to wind it up. So it's Andre, then Mel, and then Tyrone. So Andre.
Thank you. Just something that's taken me by surprise here. The electronic variable speed limit sign's up to 10 minutes, but if it's a static variable sign, it can be up to 45 minutes.
Sorry, just to clarify, all of the school speed variables will be 45 minutes kind of at the start and end of the day.
Yep.
But if you had sports on a Wednesday afternoon and they're all flushing out at a different time to school end day, you can pop that electronic variable up for another 10 minutes I
Okay,
think
but
that there need to be some rules around it, but it's a separate 10 minutes to 45.
okay, so the electronic variables can still be up to 45 minutes. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. That had me very worried for one moment there. Nice one. Is it just areas that have been changed to 30 over the last few years that may need to be put back up, or that also include areas that have been lowered from 50 to 40? For example, Wigram Skies.
It's not specified in the rule that local neighbourhood streets at 40 have to be changed. It's only the local streets at 30.
Yeah.
We would just need to double check maybe the runway to see the classification of that.
Yeah.
But if the runway had to go back to 50, then Wigram School would get a 30k variable.
Yeah. So it is possible that something like the runway has to go to 50 while the rest of Wigram Skies is 40?
Yes.
Yes, and that's something that the community did raise through our interim speed management plan on safe speed neighbourhoods is consistency and understanding. And I think that's where we do need to have a clear comms and engagement plan.
Yeah,
so
because if the rules did make us put the runway to 50 and the rest to 40, it would be straight up insanity, of course. Just next year, 1st of May and 1st July, and you're having to decide the streets by 1st of May and then implement it by 1st of July, is that actually possible and realistic for that short time frame between those?
So that's, I guess, part of the next plan. So the next phase of the project, if we can keep as much as we've got at the same limit, then hopefully we would be able to do that. And it is those kind of bigger roads that we'll be focusing on first. But if we have to ask for an extension, we will ask for an extension.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mel?
So have I got this right? Like a road between, say, Littleton and Barrington, they would actually stay at 30. Have I understood that correctly?
Yes, it would just be things like Littleton and Rose, which are those bigger roads.
So does that mean that our delay, and we've delayed implementing some of the 30k, like in most of Addington, which Addington wanted, if we had actually implemented it, we would have got to keep that?
That's my understanding from reading the rule, yes.
That's very disappointing.
Yes.
And then the other question I had was just about the school gate. Is that just the front or all entrances now?
So my understanding is that it's all entrances. So say if you've got one school on with multiple entrances, they can have up to 300 metres at each school gate. And I think that's where we just need to work through with each school through an informed kind of consultation, and where we would then split the electronics with the static signs, just to make sure that we're not having to put electronic signs on local streets, because that could get quite costly quite quickly.
Thank you. Tyrone?
Kia ora. So just to check my understanding, so that probably the majority of streets on Banks Peninsula that have been changed wouldn't be affected because no footpaths, right? Like, I mean, there's barely most streets in Littleton don't have footpaths, so
yes,
so they wouldn't be impacted.
So the ones that we've looked at on Banks Peninsula is, so in Little River we put a permanent 30 up for the school that was specifically for the school, and so we would have to reverse that one.
Right.
There is also some queries around the One Network framework classification of some of the streets on the peninsula, like Park Terrace on the approach to Littleton is classified as an urban connector, whereas actually I think it's more of a rural collector. And it is quite important to justify those classifications, because we don't want another Gloucester Street where that should actually be an urban connector but is a local, and we're getting very difficult compliance on that. So we will, as we're going through it, look to see where we need to put those 40s. But again, Park Terrace doesn't have footpath through Littleton on the approach to Littleton, so that would help justify the 40 that's currently there.
And sorry, just a quick follow-up, if that's all right. I mean, the changes have proven to be pretty popular. So where there's been quite a bit of community buy-in, surely we wouldn't force the community to go against the community's will on these things, or would we?
So it is a risk that people, communities, community boards, residents have asked for lower speed limits and they've been given them. There might be a feeling that they're not being heard when they say we don't want our speed limit to be taken away. But that's, I guess, where we'll have a holistic plan to communicate the story and the narrative with our communities.
Thank you
But
very much.
we are bound by the rule.
Yeah, I mean, thank you very much. It's that's really the key there. We're going to break till 1:30, but any questions for the team? We're going to come back at 1:30. Now, any questions for the team on this? They are coming back next week, so if you could email them through the Office of the Chief Executive, that'd be really good. So I know there'll be a lot of questions with regards to this. So thank you very much, guys. We're breaking to 1:30. Cheers.
Afternoon, chaps.
Afternoon. Thank you, Mayor. Today's information session is intended to be the first of possibly two, in which our objective as staff is to help the council slice up a very huge, unwieldy sort of decision into lots of little slices. That's what we're trying to do today. That's the main objective. And in order to do that, Ike and Mark and their team have made what we've called the big table in this presentation. And that big table identifies what they've identified as being key topic areas in the IHP recommendations. And what I mean by slicing up this huge decision into parts is an intent that we go in a pretty structured way, line by line, through that big table and identify whether there's any issues or questions about the IHP recommendations. And that big table includes any alternative proposals that any elected members, any councillors have raised so far. So that's the purpose of today. We've got two PowerPoints. One is just a half dozen slides to go through really quickly that basically summarise all the information we've given to you in the past. But then we really want to focus on going through slice by slice, breaking down the IHP recommendation and seeing where there are any issues that still need to be resolved. You've seen this slide a number of times already. It identifies where we are at in a decision-making process with a recommendation having been received from the IHP. Some clarifications received, some clarifications still outstanding. A ministerial direction that you must make decisions or notify decisions on policy 3 and 4 areas of the MPS by December of this year. If you do make those decisions to accept the IHP recommendations, there's no appeals. That's the end of the process. If you reject any, the minister will decide, and your alternative recommendations go to the minister. And again, the minister's decision is final. There's no appeals. All other parts of the IHP recommendations outside of policy 3 and 4 areas, the ministerial direction is that you have to make a decision by December next year. The RMA might change between now and then. We don't know what those provisions will be. So part of the decision you'll be making in December is a decision not under the RMA, but a decision under the Local Government Act on whether you want to make a decision on the parts of the IHP recommendations that you don't have to decide by that date. Usual rules for your decision making apply. We've emphasised this a number of times. One key takeaway from this slide is that you must disregard all irrelevant information when you make your decision. And irrelevant information is anything that's outside of the IHP process. Communications from anyone with you outside of the IHP process. There's been a number of summaries and memos provided to you so far that have gone part way to trying to summarise some of the key issues or key parts of the IHP recommendations. This is now information session number 5, and you have made a partial decision already on the 18th of September in relation to some heritage items and settings. There's also been a big bundle of information prepared by Ike and his team that's gone to councillors and to all councillors in response to requests for information in specific topics. And you can see those listed there. Ike, is this where I was passing over to you?
Not just yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Damn.
Now, using the big table as a prompt for your decision making, as I was emphasising a moment ago, what the big table does is identify key topic areas. So what we want to know from you is whether you want any more information about any of those key topic areas. It also shows where there's any differences between the council's starting position, being what the council notified for Plan Change 14, and the IHP recommendations. Now, if there are any differences between those two points, the reasons might be that the council expert evidence changed, or the evidence might be that There were issues raised by submissions that the IHP preferred over what the council notified, or the IHP might simply have a different opinion on the merits to what the council originally notified. And lastly, the operation of that High Court case we've spoken about a couple of times, being the Waikanai decision, which says that Plan Change 14 cannot restrict current development entitlements, current rights. All it can do is restrict the intensification that's enabled by Plan Change 14. So that's the High Court decision I refer to up there. Okay, something else that we'd like to flesh out in going through the big table is any views on any other councillor recommendations for anything different from the IHP recommendations. What are your views on the ones that we've got on the table that have been raised as potential ones by councillors so far, and do you have any more? We've been emphasising the need to get that information to us long before the council decision in December. The table also shows what must be decided in December and what can be delayed until next year, and it gives a staff recommendation on that. Now, the basis of the staff recommendation on what to decide on in December and what to leave until next year, staff applied 3 criteria in coming up with those recommendations. First one is, as I've said, the Minister's direction is that you only have to decide on the Policy 3 area intensification matters by December of this year. Second criteria we applied was the council resolution back in May of this year, where the council said it doesn't want to decide on intensification outside of Policy 3 until it has to next year. And third criteria we applied was good planning, basically, avoiding poorly structured zones in the district plan. And what I mean by that is if you make a decision on a qualifying matter outside of Policy 3 area, what a qualifying matter does is restrict intensification that would otherwise be enabled by the plan. So you can't make a decision on qualifying matters without at the same time making a decision on the underlying zoning that would apply. So if you're making a decision as a result, then you'd have a pretty messy looking plan, pretty hard to operate if you're making a decision on the qualifying matters separate from the decisions on the underlying zoning.
Thanks, Brent. So as Brent alluded to, in terms of the 1st of May resolution by Council, it was to focus the decision making by the end of this year on Policy 3 and 4 areas, financial contributions for tree canopy cover, and also mixed use zoning for Sydenham. In a nutshell, Policy 3 means to intensify within and around those commercial centres, and also to intensify around rapid transit stops, which isn't really relevant to Christchurch. There were a number of areas where we were seeking clarification on from the IHP on where Policy 3 areas fell. Firstly was around the smaller local centres, and so the IHP confirmed that as part of Policy 3, medium density should be progressed within at least a 200 metre walking catchment of all those centres, which are shown in green there as well. We also sought clarification on 3 other centres. The first was Northwood Belfast, which they confirmed should be a high-density residential zone within 400 metre catchment. And for North Hallswell, only medium density in a specific parts of the existing outline development plan area should be progressed as part of the Policy 3 response. For 432 Sparks Road, there's also a new commercial zone for a neighbourhood centre zone. Neighbourhood centre zone is effectively the type of zoning for a local dairy and alike, so there's the smallest rung on the ladder, so to speak, for commercial zoning. The IHP have also confirmed spatially how this looks, so I thought I'd do a bit of a show and tell. Effectively what we're looking at is everything... Oh, I'm not sure I'm displaying the screen there. I don't know if we can jump to that one. Sorry. If we close that one. There we go. Cool. Everything that we can see in this pink colour around the centre effectively is the local centre 200 metre walking catchment. So if we go around the city, you can see multiple areas where there are this pink overlay around these local centres. And effectively, the policy 3 decision making is limited to those areas that is within that pink area, and also obviously within the high density zoning as well. So looking at Church Corner here and the adjacent Pierre Street that we have for the local centre further to the north. Like I mentioned, around North Horswell, that is a town centre zone. Council had originally notified a 400 metre catchment of high density around the town centre zone. The IHP have recommended that only, again, the area in pink is included as part of the policy 3 response, and is only limited to medium density as well. The existing, I guess, centre around Horswell as well has a limited extent for local centres as well. And then just showing the southern end of Colombo Street, around Barrington as well, St Martin's, Stanmore as well, Richmond, as per the list in the green. Just showing Belfast, if we go up here. Council had originally notified an area of 400 metre catchment around the centre as being medium density, but with the precinct that enabled 4 stories. So it was basically medium density plus. The hearings panel have recommended for a high density response all around Belfast within that same spatial catchment of about a 400 metre walking catchment as well. So this gives you, I guess, a spatial flavour for how the policy 3 response will resonate, and basically the limitations for decision making in December as well. We're currently working with our internal spatial team to develop a map that compares the two, i.e. what we had proposed in terms of Council's final position and Council's reply versus the hearings panel's recommendation, which is this. And I would hope that is out in short order as well, and that'll provide you and the public a fully interactive mapping experience just like this to compare the two proposals as well. Okay. So like Brent said, the main purpose of this session is to go through those individual items for decision making on Plan Change 14 and where the IHP have landed, and if you've got any outstanding concerns. So we pre-circulated a large table, which we'll be going through, and we have colour-coded it in a way that is trying to demonstrate what you must decide on, what you can decide on, what officers recommend through an LGA decision making you should decide on, and which you don't have to decide on. So everything in green is what you must decide on, which is wholly within a Policy 3 area, which you have to make a decision on by the end of this year. In orange are effectively hybrid features, which are both in Policy 3 and outside, but we recommend just Policy 3 is considered. Purple areas are also hybrids, both within and outside, but officers recommend to consider the whole extent of those matters. And then red are ones that a decision isn't needed by the end of this year. They are wholly outside of a Policy 3 area. So in terms of the first sheet we wanted to go through, I want to zoom out a scooch. The beginning of the table is talking around qualifying matters. And so on the first page we have qualifying matters for public open space, Littleton Commercial Heights, Littleton Port Influences Overlay, Six River Setback, Outstanding Natural Features and Landscapes, High Flood Risk Management Areas, and Coastal Medium and High Risk Management Areas. All of those are more or less as we had notified in terms of the IHP recommendation. We haven't received any councillor alternative recommendations on any of those matters. The only small nuance is the Styx River setback, which is in Belfast, and that is due to the underlying zoning changing from being commercial to being recommended as high density residential zone from the IHP, and so there's a minor change there. But otherwise, everything there is really as notified and largely seeks to reiterate what is already within the district plan. Any queries or questions on that one for the next, before I move into the next?
Okay,
sheet?
we've got Sarah had a question, and then Tyler? That's way early? Okay, no problem. So at the moment we've got Yanni and Andre. Oh, and Tyler. You had your hand up. Where you go, man? No.
Kia ora, guys. Just for public knowledge, just around the weight of the evidence, how is that ordered in relation to how the central government's going to deem it worthy or not? So, for example, you've got qualifying matters here. You've created a staff reply for most of them, if not all of them, right? Which means that could the staff reply be enough? Say if we were to, say, fully deem one of the qualifying matters worthy as a council, would that mean central government, if it got turned down, that qualifying matter got turned down, would that mean that they would go to the independent hearing panel recommendation? Or could it be used to, could we use staff reply to?
Effectively, it's both and everything in between. So the minister's subject to the High Court in terms of decision that he makes as well. So he is also subject to having to consider all of the evidence. So that is both what council notified, what the IHP has recommended, and also all the submissions that are between A and B. So it's all of the above, yes.
Okay, so in this case, if I was, for example, if I was to chop and change to look for a rebalance to make it look like that we're not discouraging intensification in certain areas, that essentially wouldn't matter because they go on a case-by-case basis, correct?
That's right. It's all relative to the evidence that's on that topic. Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay, Mark, please.
Yeah, mine's really simple. Is it possible to get a link of that GIS map that you had there, 20th September?
Yes, we can send that out as it is now. It's still a work in progress as it is, and we can tell you what the areas are to be improved on, but we can send that out as it is now. Like I said, we'll be releasing a public one hopefully shortly as well.
Cool, thank you.
Andre?
Thank you. As you able to pop back up to North Hallsville that was showing up there, the maps I currently have access to don't quite show what we're able to see on here. Are you able to talk me through the difference between the burgundy and the pink purple areas?
Sure. So effectively from a zoning outcome perspective, everything within the overlay and outside of the overlay is the same. So it's all medium density. What the IHP have denoted is what is part of the Policy 3 response, which is the intensification around the commercial centre in this case. And what they've said is that in terms of considering the Policy 3 response around the town centre for North Hallsville, it should be limited to just the shaded area, and the level of intensification should just be limited to medium density.
Sorry, in the pink and the burgundy, for just those areas?
So the burgundy is the commercial zoning, and that would be 6 stories, so only within the commercial is 6 stories. But everything around that, in terms of the residential intensification, is limited to the 3 stories that's enabled through the medium density zoning.
Okay, and to what metres is that? Because down the very bottom of that pink area, which is actually being developed now anyway, that goes well beyond quite a few hundred metres away?
It does, yep. So that they limited it to the outline development plan context.
Yep.
And if I recall correctly, it was limited in terms of their decision making was subject to the limitations on infrastructure in that area.
Yep.
And so their logic was, well, these are the areas that have to be developed.
Yep.
That can be done in tandem with the infrastructure that's there.
Yep.
And so that has the most real chance really of being developed in a more intensified form.
Cool. Just what's not quite making sense right now is so around that burgundy area, and there's no walking catchment, and part of that was infrastructure concerns.
Correct.
So if there's infrastructure concerns there, why wouldn't those infrastructure concerns exist for those other areas?
Yeah, I mean, that's the decision that they came to in terms of the submissions that were received from Dannemora and Milnes Park for that area. Like I said, what we had notified around that area was right into the edge in terms of the commercial zoning, being high density, and also on the other side of Hallsville Road and on the other side of Henderson Road and things like that as well. They've just focused on the south, and they've just focused on the outline development plan area.
Okay, because it's just not making much sense where you could build up to 3 stories, you know, many hundreds of metres away from any amenities, but you couldn't build up to 3 stories within 50 metres of
That's right.
a great big commercial centre.
Correct.
Something's
So-
not making sense to me at all there.
Fair enough. So what would happen under the district plan if this comes
Yeah.
to a head? Basically, that the area, like you're saying, between the shaded and the commercial area,
Yeah.
which is just medium density, there would be no decision on that under a policy 3 decision. It would remain residential new neighbourhood, which is 2-storey intensification within that area. But you could do 3-storey, like you say, within the shaded area further allowed. You could do, like I said, 6-storey within the commercial that's there. And being a commercial zone, anything that's above ground level can still be residential.
Yeah.
So you could do shops on the bottom, for example, and then an apartment, say, on top.
Cool. All right, we'll take this one offline so I can get my head around it a bit more. Thank you.
Great.
Tyrone.
Just on the Littleton Port Influences overlay, so that's currently being reviewed at the moment, or might be being reviewed?
Not quite. I think it's on the book, so to speak.
Yeah.
But it's
on
not
the
really bubbling up to
pipeline.
the surface just yet, considering our priorities at the minute.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough.
But it's as it says there in terms of Plan Change 14, it's as notified and as per the current operative plan. Really, there's no change whatsoever.
So if it did happen to get removed, what would be the impact on that area?
Well, quite simply, the restriction that is currently placed in the operative plan wouldn't apply.
Right. And then it would revert to, or, I mean, what would...
Well, within the Policy 3 area, they recommended medium density zoning.
Yeah.
They do, in terms of the IHP recommendation, there is also a fairly substantive character area for that extent as well. While the zoning that they have recommended is medium density, the underlying controls are as per the operative. So it's really the operative rules in disguise, if I'm being honest.
Okay.
So there's no real fundamental change there because of the character area.
Right, thank you.
But if there are areas that are outside of that are within the Policy 3, then there would be medium density unencumbered.
Yanni.
Yeah, I was just trying to understand. So the ones in orange we actually don't have to do, and given that we're doing...
In part. So the orange is that they are hybrid, so they're Policy 3 and outside, and our recommendation is just to make the decision within Policy 3 because you have to.
Right. So things like the port overlay and the industrial interface, where we've got other processes underway to look at those.
Sure.
More time and not bundled up with all of this.
Yes.
How are we able to do that?
So quite simply, they're in isolation. So you can make a decision on this, whichever way. But there's another plan change potentially underway for those other matters, like you said, and that could change it again. It wouldn't really be subject or tied to Plan Change 14. It's a plan change on its own merit. So the best means really to modify that would be through that separate plan change.
So basically, once we do this plan change, we then are free to do whatever other plan changes we want, even if it goes against some of the things we've done in here? Is that...
Yeah, within reason. So there's still a qualifying matter justification that's there, but the main restriction that wouldn't apply is the High Court precedent that we've talked about, which is saying that we cannot have a qualifying matter that is more restrictive than the operative. Any new plan change outside of Plan Change 14 would have the ability to do that. So we could be more restrictive. So, for example, if we had an RMD area that was within, say, an industrial interface, we would have the ability to be more restrictive than RMD.
Yeah, I guess I'm just picking up on the irony or the contradiction between the LPC port overlay being restrictive in terms of density and height, and yet if you go and look at the industrial interface, we're actually allowing increased density in an area where we've had significant amounts of complaints due to an inland port activity. So it seems kind of like it's the same, similar activities, but we've got one set of rules for that one and no set of, or very little set of rules for the other one. And it just sits uncomfortably with me.
Yeah, again, it's simply a function of the High Court precedent. Like I've said, if we wanted to be more restrictive, we'd have to do that in a separate process. We're hamstrung in terms of Plan Change 14 ability to restrict status quo rights.
Okay.
Any other questions on this page before we move on?
Just I mean, just the big question for me is around the social impact assessment. Is it going to be something that we get when it comes to us that that responds to the criticism of the IHP around that?
No. All the information you're entitled to take into account in your decision making is the information that's come to you from the IHP recommendations and the IHP process.
But is there another?
They had enough they had enough information, enough evidence to make reasonable recommendations to the council. So you don't need any additional information.
But their report basically said you haven't done enough work in that space, therefore you can't make decisions on it.
Well, if that was the case, they wouldn't have recommended, to be quite blunt, and they have recommended. So like Brent said, there's no other additional information that you're able to or should consider other than the IHP information.
So if we wanted to get more work done, because we take on board the concerns that they've expressed about not the insufficiency of the work, we pass an amendment at this stage and we say, do we need to specify the areas?
No, you can't do that. No, the IHP process is finished. So the law says IHP hears the evidence, makes a recommendation to the council, and the council either accepts or rejects that recommendation. You cannot gather more information to make your decision. Ike's explained that this plan change process is constrained by the requirements of the intensification laws that say the council has to have this plan change. As Ike has said, it doesn't stop this council from promoting a further plan change in the future, calling more evidence or different evidence if it wants to do so.
Okay, so I'll signal that I'd like to get some advice around wording for some sort of resolution that looked at that.
No, but we can't. Just correct me if I'm wrong. You guys, everyone put all their work out and went to a hearings panel.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
We might not be happy with what they said. That's all we can talk on. We can't go and reinvent the wheel and say, oh, what about this bit over here? What about that? It's only on what went to the hearings panel. We can either support or reject it, and that's it.
Correct.
But we can signal that we're going to do more work as part of
as a separate plan change. So
under LGA, like under Local Government Act decisions, we can actually make resolutions that would say, as part of a new plan change or a work program going forward, we would like, based on the information that we've heard, we accept that we can't change it as part of this, but we can actually ask for work to happen going forward that might address some of the deficiencies and things that were raised if we feel that that is a deficiency in the process.
So that could be done as a separate matter from separate matter from the decisions on Plan Change 14. Okay, now I think we've almost finished on page 1 of the big table. I just want to make sure that everyone understands that what staff are taking from what we've heard on page 1 of that table is that no one's seeking any more information. Everyone's happy with the IHP recommendations, and so staff will write a recommendation report to the council on that basis. That's fair?
Yep, that's fine. Yep.
But green is the one we have to make a decision on.
Correct.
Yellow's
Yellow, you just have to do policy 3. You can forget about the stuff wider than that.
Green has to happen.
Green has to happen, that's right. So it's a good segue. This is page 2, and we have water body setbacks, the wastewater constraints, vacuum sewers, sites of ecological significance and cultural significance, the railway network building setback, the industrial interface, and New Regent Heights precinct. All of those, as highlighted there, are really as notified. The only outlier is the industrial interface, which was just focused on development, or on managing development above 8 metres, principally because that's the existing threshold again with the operative district plan. But that conclusion with the Land 2 lines up with the recommendations that Council had in its final position as well. Any questions on those matters?
So we changed our position to be more permissive in an area where we've had a huge number of complaints.
We changed our position to ensure that we could have a qualifying matter, because our existing notified qualifying matter would contravene the High Court precedent and it wouldn't exist. So if we didn't change our position, our qualifying matter would not exist. So we're being adaptive to the precedent that's there.
Right. And how did we not, like when we came up with the map and the area where we've put that qualifying matter, how did we not take into account where the complaints were being generated from? Like, it seems a pretty obvious thing. Like, if you've got a history of complaints and a massive impact on people's quality of life, how do you not have evidence that says you need to do something there?
I mean, at the end of the day, there were submissions on that basis, and we're only able to respond in line of the submissions and also in line of the High Court precedent. And so, like I've said, we've done as much as we feel is possible, considering the constraints of Plan Change 14, and there is a separate plan change process to address any other deficiencies that we cannot address through Plan Change 14.
I understand what you've said about the High Court precedent, but what I don't understand is how we came up with the geographic area to begin with, which doesn't include the areas that have had the most amount of complaints and some substantiated non-compliances.
So you're raising a concern, councillor, with the process that officers went through in making a recommendation to the council in the first place on the content of Plan Change 14. Fair enough, raising that concern, but it's not something we're able to address or respond to in any meaningful way in this meeting. The purpose of this meeting is to talk about the IHP recommendations to the council. Perhaps you could make that as a separate query.
Yeah.
Just to add to that, Councillor Johansson, a separate plan change is being progressed in terms of industrial interface, which...
Yeah, no, I understand that. The problem is that the development's happening now, and by the time we get a plan change in place, you may have already had... I mean, this is an area that is getting intensive housing being built as we speak, where it's generating complaints from the existing activity. So the longer we take to get controls in place... And I mean, arguably, it's unfair that the controls go on the residential rather than the activity that's causing the issues. But yeah, there's no way that we can move a change to the geographic boundary of what's proposed.
You're able to put forward an alternate recommendation like others that are in this table that
As
we'll
long
get
as
through.
There's evidence in the thing, or there's...
Well, that's at the end of the day, like I've said, what the Minister will be deciding on, because this will go to the Minister if it gets the vote around the table, yes. So if you want to put forward an alternative, then by all means, and we can work with you to draft that. What I'm saying again is that'll rest on the evidence and whether or not it holds. In terms
How
of
easy would it be just to get that industrial interface evidence just recirculated discreetly so that we don't have to wade through all the
council evidence that we use? We can circulate it again.
And the submitters.
That's fine, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
No, that's good. That's one of the purposes of the session.
Sarah?
Thanks. Just with the ones on this page and potentially others as well, where it says it's policy 3 and wider, but it's the same as the rules in the current plan, why wouldn't we just make the decision now instead of splitting it, doing some now and some later?
Because like Brent said in the presentation, you'd also have to be deciding on the zoning beneath that. And so what you would be creating is a scenario where you've got bespoke qualified matters like water body setbacks, for example, that transect the whole city, and you'd have medium density, for example, that would be introduced in very, very isolated areas, because a qualified matter only qualifies the intensification. And so you'd have to be deciding on the medium density. And so again, we're trying to think about it cohesively in the right geographic context, good planning decision making, having it lined up with the policy 3 areas.
Okay, that makes sense. And with the intensification thing in the High Court precedent, are there cases where we believe that while a precedent is there, that it might not apply in our specific circumstances for some reason, and we could argue that, say for Sydenham or...
Our recommendation to the council is to not try and argue that in relation to this High Court precedent. So whenever it's referring to High Court precedent, it's referring to that one case that came out earlier this year, in which the High Court decided that through this process, councils cannot constrain existing development rights. That's the law.
Yeah, but are any of our circumstances different to the specific circumstances that that case was argued on?
Not sufficiently.
Not sufficiently.
Mel? Oh. Tyler?
Cheers, Mr. Mayor. Quickly, we have water body setbacks and sites of ecological significance answered for. The sites of cultural significance part, are there any other provisions that have been either further protected or lesser?
For the sites of cultural significance, again, it's as per the current district plan. So there isn't more or less as a result in terms of sites of cultural significance qualify matter.
Okay.
It's as per the operative.
Just for, I guess, my knowledge, if there is going to be significant law change, particularly around the fast tracks and etc. that's coming through with the RMA, do our planning provisions allow us to restrict that, even though there is going to be these different laws within central government?
Do you mean based on sites of cultural significance?
Yeah.
Well, I guess making a call on that presupposes where the Act is going to go, to be honest. But at the moment, it's a Section 6 matter of national importance. So it's the tippy top really of the RMA. I would be surprised if that changes, but again, we don't know where the Act is going to go. The government that is have said that through going for housing growth, the criteria for qualifying matters will be made more stringent. Where that goes is yet to be seen.
Great, thanks.
Carry on.
Great.
Carry on. Yep.
Thank you. Right, so on the next page, we have a few changes. So a mixture there of green and orange. We have the Arts Centre Heights Precinct, Central City Heritage Interface, the Residential Heritage Areas, Residential Heritage Area Interfaces as well, and heritage items and their surrounding settings as well. So the Arts Centre Heights Precinct is really as notified. It's the same restriction in the operative plan. The Central City Heritage Interface has been rejected by the hearings panel, and the same is for the heritage areas and also for the heritage area interfaces. Noting therefore heritage areas themselves, the residential heritage areas, only decision within policy 3 areas are required. For the heritage items and settings, you'll recall the decision on the 18th of September was to consider those matters that were within policy 3 extents to delist. The underlying logic being that it's really being more enabling rather than restrictive in terms of qualifying matter, so there's a larger scope that's there. So the decision making that's left for heritage items and settings is really to affirm the ones that are already within the operative plan. So it's quite discreet. It's more saying, great, the IHP accepts what's already in the district plan, and so council would be affirming what's already in the district plan as well. We do have one alternative resolution that we've received from Councillor MacDonald regarding the removal of the heritage item and associated setting for 9 Deirdre Lane as well. But that is it in terms of alternatives that we received for that particular item. Happy to take any other questions or queries on these matters on this sheet. Go for it.
Just wanted to refer to it's on the top of my tongue at the moment now. Bloody hell. What are we talking about here? The building. Thank you. Antonio Hall.
Yes.
Sorry, long day. Are there any other heritage provisions that are currently in place with Antonio Hall at the moment?
As far as I know, that's just the heritage item, which is the building, and the setting, which is the surround, so just the site.
Okay, so would I need to create another amendment to remove any heritage status from that building to be able to enable development?
That's right. So if we wanted to seek an alternative from the IHP, I believe the IHP was in favour of retaining that as a heritage item, then we'd have to seek an alternative to remove that.
Okay, I'd like that to be an alternative recommendation. There's strong public support for that too. Yep. And on heritage parts, as a part of our planning measures, I just want to reference the memorial park that we've got coming in Church Corner, and using the old materials to be able to reinvigorate the character of the area. So, for example, if Antonio Hall was going to be built, knocked down, are there any provisions which council would say, hey, can you use some of the materials that you've demolished to be able to acknowledge the character of the area? or is it just knock down and cart away and get something new?
In terms of heritage control, it's basically everything or nothing. So
Okay.
if you're removing it, then it's up to the landowner really, what's there. It's up for council to promulgate any kind of other arrangements with the owner or developer.
Through resource consents,
Just
etc.
Just an informal, direct arrangement. There's no to be consent. You wouldn't have to achieve a resource consent to demolish the building if the heritage controls are there. So there's no resource consent link.
Yeah, makes sense. Great, thank you.
Yanni?
So if we make these decisions and then we come to PC 13, we can basically put back heritage protection, right?
This is a good segue. So, for example, the heritage areas, they are a matter that overlap with Plan Change 13. So effectively, if council makes the decision to accept what the IHP recommended in terms of removing a heritage area, then effectively there is a separate process still for Plan Change 13 that has legal effect. That means that that heritage area is still in play. And so, like it's mentioned in this table here, there's a separate decision that council is required to make to potentially withdraw those aspects from Plan Change 13 because they have immediate legal effect under the Act.
Right.
And so there's a double layer of protection to look at it. PC 13 goes, still got PC 14 goes in terms of making a decision to that be removed. PC 13 is still there. But at any time, council can make the decision to withdraw that as a proposal, and that would mean that under the Act, the protections for heritage would cease to exist as well.
But we can't.
So that's not as part of this decision making, just to be clear.
Right.
So again, if you just make a decision to remove it as part of PC 14, as in on the 2nd of December, there's still the PC 13 decision to come.
But in terms of the whole reasons why, I mean, basically we can't do anything that's more restrictive. So therefore, heritage protection, forget it. We can't legally do it.
That's why we have Plan Change 13. And so if council's supportive of that in terms of retaining those heritage areas, then the best thing to do is say, well, it doesn't really matter really what decision is made in terms of Plan Change 14, because there's a whole separate plan change process that is able to be more restrictive than the status quo, because it is not an intensification plan change process.
Except for the ones that have already been leapfrogged, that plan change, and being delisted and currently being demolished.
Those are items and settings. We're talking about heritage areas.
Okay, thank you. Samuel?
It is around that PC 13, Plan Change 13. Yep. Yeah, so when are we going to get sort of a next update on that? Because there's kind of that overlap between the two. And the thing going through my mind is, do we need it?
Yeah.
That's and because we've talked about parts of it which we can withdraw, and you sort of go, well, how are we joining these up so we can make an informed decision?
I think I might pass on to Mark for that question.
Cool.
We're proposing an information session on Plan Change 13 and the options for that after your decision in December. The reason being that the discussion on Plan Change 13 and the options you need to consider is about presenting new information that the hearings panel haven't otherwise received in respect of heritage, and it could be construed that you're receiving new information.
Right. So it's just the timing thing.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I was keen to understand what was happening on the trees as well, like protected trees. So I think we had a process by which people could nominate trees on private property to be protected. We hadn't done that.
That'll be coming, won't it?
That'll again be a separate plan change process. So we'll come to that trees matter in a second, but in a nutshell, it's as per the current district plan. So all existing protections hold, and any new ones would be more restrictive, and so that'll be in a separate plan change process. Yeah.
Okay. Carry on.
Great, thank you. On to the next page, which is basically just those two bottom rows there, which is the Cathedral Square interface and the Victoria Street height overlay as well. Both of those were the 45 metres, and the IHP has rejected both of those. Any questions, queries, alternatives?
Which would mean it was what if they rejected them?
Good question. And so it would mean that the underlying zone of Central City zone that we partially decided on the 18th of September would exist without any of those restrictions. And so the quote-unquote unlimited height scenario does eventuate. or exactly the same rule framework as the zone. So effectively, we had proposed a height control that was really quite limiting at 45 metres, and that height control disappears through accepting what the IHP have recommended.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks.
Sorry, Yanni. Yep.
So things like, I mean, you could see Victoria Street being a massive wind tunnel, likewise Cathedral Square, if we don't have any height restrictions. I think previously you'd mentioned that there was some controls over things like wind.
That's right. So wind is still considered as a matter of discretion for any resource consent. Resource consent is required, as a restricted discretionary activity above 45 metres. So wind is definitely a consideration still.
Right. And this applies to any building. So how does this achieve the purpose of getting more affordable housing?
This is not a residential zone. This is a commercial zone.
Okay.
Wait, so just... No, but this is not for housing, right? This is not for housing. This is for like anything.
Yeah,
right?
so we've got two fundamental...
I'm just trying to understand.
Oh, wait, one at a time.
The purposes of like the MPS to get more affordable housing.
That's not the one purpose.
Right.
The purpose is also about making it easier to develop businesses and for people to live close to those businesses. So for any commercial zone, like we've talked about for North Horswell, you could have offices on the bottom and then an apartment on top. And the same thing is for Victoria Street or any other central city area.
Yep, thank you.
Great. On to the next sheet. And on this one, we have radio communication pathways, Rickon and Bush interface, North Horswell, ODP connections, and the airport noise influenced area. Quite a variety of different things on this page, probably all the different criteria that we have. So starting at the top, radio communications, we had proposed a restriction in terms of the telecommunications that are required for the Justice Precinct. The hearings panel have rejected that recommendation. However, we are seeking further clarification, further, I should say, on that matter, most notably because we've also received a letter from the Ministry of Justice on Friday regarding their concerns of the panel's, in their words, lack of consideration of the evidence and the scope of the NPSUD and its influence. And so we wait to see what their response is on that matter. In the meantime, we do also have Councillor Peters, who has voiced his concern on this matter and would like an alternative resolution to retain what the council position was on this. I'll just run through all of them and I'll happy to answer any questions. Rickon and Bush interface, as you know, council proposed and the hearings panel have recommended to reject. And so that's simply to apply medium and high density accordingly. We have received an alternative from Councillor Harrison Hunt and Councillor McDonald to retain what council had proposed in terms of the interface area. North Horswell ODP connections is simply the outline development plan and to enable really the strategic development of an area in terms of roads, cross connections and alike. That still will be able to be considered through subdivision controls. So there's no real fundamental change there. Airport noise influence area, like we've discussed previously, we had proposed retention of operative zoning throughout all of that. The hearings panel, or more or less, the hearings panel have recommended that medium and high density should exist beneath that, subject to specific controls, really for any development that is beyond 3 units within the 50 dB context, or anything greater than that is simply as per operative as well. And we don't have any alternate recommendations for that matter. Happy to take questions.
Tyler, then Sam.
Kia ora, guys. Thanks for that. The first one is around the airport noise influence areas. And referring to the map, to the best of my knowledge, there were some special areas for tertiary study, special zoning. Does that mean it allows provisions irrespective of the noise contour? So it allows heights irrespective of the noise contour, QM, which is 50 decibel.
Are you
limit?
Potentially referring to the specific purpose school zone for the university?
Yes.
Yep. So the university has bespoke controls that enable greater than normal. Don't quote me on this, but I think it's in the order of 40 metres or thereabouts, probably less. But it's fairly enabling. They've got some pretty tall buildings as they are anyway, and the specific controls enable that. So they, I guess, are an outlier.
For residential use, commercial use, or tertiary use?
All of the above.
That's great. Okay, thanks. The next one is around the Rickett and Bush interface area. And, oh no, sorry, not Rickett and Bush. It was the radio communication pathways. Now, I didn't read anything within the evidence, and I would have missed it because I was too busy focusing on Rickett. But is that because the radio communications mechanics are outdated, therefore it's going to be harder? So, for example, could there be alternative communication methods, alternative to radio communications, which is quite frequently used?
From my understanding of that, no. The building is brand new. It is the Justice Precinct that was created post-earthquake to house everything together. Telecommunications are top-notch accordingly, but they do have line of sight dependencies, lack of a better term. And so 4 years ago, what happened, and this is the whole genesis behind all this, was that a crane was put up to develop a building like anywhere else in the central city, and it knocked out all police communications. And so
physically knocked out, or
yep, physically knocked out. So they have a backup. There's another pathway, but there's only so many different pathways they can utilize, and so they had to jump to a different network. But temporarily it did knock out all police communications, and so it is extremely important for Justice Precinct to maintain that communication.
Yep.
Great.
Not for
Okay.
the hearing panel.
Because otherwise I've got to build it higher on the roof or do go somewhere else.
I was more worried about the technology itself. If it was outdated, but it seems like it's
Samuel.
No, different issue.
Yeah. Thanks, team. This is actually a really good way of doing it because we can understand it. Well, I can understand it. It's the airport noise influence area. So council proposed retention and development constraints in the current plan with no medium or high density. They've come back and said it can apply. I know we talked about it, but can you just, what does that mean?
Might just pull up a map.
Because I'm keen to understand, I guess, how that works with the stuff that we'll consider at the end of next year as well.
Yes. Once it loads. So effectively what they've said is that there are two modelled contours. There's a remodelled 2023 and there's the operative. They've considered both of them and they've applied rules for both of them. Effectively what they've said is that within the 50 dB, which is a lesser extent in terms of noise level, so the bigger the number, the bigger the noise, within the 50 for both the remodelled and for the operative, medium and high density can progress without the need for consent for up to 3 units. So just like the underlying zoning for MDREs. Beyond 3 units, so 4 or more units, there has to be a resource consent like there is for any other development, but there has to be specific considerations on the impacts of the airport. There also has to be specific noise insulation and specific ventilation requirements as well. The ventilation requirements are new, the insulation requirements are largely as they are operatively as well. So there was evidence that was presented throughout that said, look, you can construct a building in such a way that you can still have, outdoor air ventilation, so to speak, through that mechanical ventilation control. And so, again, anything that's 4 or more units has that control. When you get to the 55 plus, which is basically this area in this pointed part here in blue or greater, which is the red here, that is all as per the operative controls. So it's highly restrictive. Basically as is, 2 stories, suburban kind of density, but anything basically that's south, if you will, of this point, or wider than that, has the potential for development under what the hearings panel have recommended.
So if we're thinking about when we first rejected the idea of the 3x3 without notification way back, and then it sort of created this path, does this provide for that now? So if we're, I guess where I'm trying to get to is if we accept the hearings panel, which seems to be different, as I understand it, to what we proposed.
Correct.
Yeah. Does that effectively mean that the 3x3 can operate within that zone?
That's correct.
Yeah. So I guess it's probably worth just flagging maybe a recommendation around that from me that we can consider at the time, because I wasn't aware of that. But then, I guess, the other side of it for me is that applicable then at the point where we consider an exemption from MDRS at the end of next year?
Yes, there's a few things there. So I guess firstly, in terms of the Policy 3 decision for this year, looking at the map, everything that is high density overlap or that is within a few centres that overlap, so Fendleton local centre overlaps, and then also Avonhead overlaps as well, the commercial centre that's there. That's spatially the limitations of the Policy 3 decision making. So in terms of the 3x3, like you say, model, that would only be able to be done within those areas because that's the only area that we're making a decision on.
Right, okay.
The wider suburban response, if you want to call it that, for applying medium density, the 3x3, that is the decision that doesn't have to be made until the end of next year, and again would be subject to any other further changes to the Act.
Okay, that makes sense. So then if I flagged a recommendation, or a however you want to word it, amendment to this, it would effectively sit in this, the Minister would rule on it. Would the Minister rule on it before we deal with the MDRS stuff at the end of next year?
The Minister would only rule on matters that we're making a decision on. So if we're not making a decision on medium density in the suburbs, there's no point making an alternate resolution. But if you feel there needs to be one for the high density area, because a 3x3 can be done there too, or within these other commercial areas as well, which is just the medium density around Fendleton and Avonhead, then absolutely there's a need for an alternative.
Okay, so then just, sorry, Phil, and then I'll stop. So I'm really clear on it. So effectively, this will come into force. Is this one here, the airport noise influence one you've got on that sheet, on that table, that does come into force?
Only within those Policy 3 areas, that's correct.
Okay.
Totally.
Right, that makes sense.
So it's quite, I guess what I'm highlighting, it's quite discreet. So those larger suburban areas is not part of the decision making this year.
Okay, so just if we can flag something there from me, that's
be fine.
Yeah,
Great.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Aaron.
Yeah, so just at the moment, where are we at on the noise contours and the potential change to the 55?
So the contours in terms of the policy setting can only change through the regional policy statement, and that at this stage is set to be notified for submissions in either December or January this year.
Okay, so we've heard that the last 3 years, that it's December or January or just October. I've used every month. Why is it so far behind, and how do we lock all of this in without knowing what that is?
Yeah, so and that's where I guess the limitations were for the decision making from the hearings panel, is that most of the controls that they've got tie to the operative contours, so they haven't fully considered the remodel. They've only considered the remodeled where it's greater than the operative contours. So it's greater than, they've just limited to not being more restrictive than the status quo, because they can only do that from the High Court precedent. The full consideration of all of the other contours that are more intensive than the 50, so the 55 and the 60 and the air noise boundary and things like that, all of that would be considered once the policy setting has changed to the regional policy statement. And so we have to wait for that. We have to give effect to that.
So, like you said, it's going to be notified around, maybe notified.
Let's say it's notified, then we would have to wait for it to go through the process. It might go to Environment Court, things like that. So it could be several years. Once the regional policy...
Did you say several years?
Quite likely. And so once the regional policy statement is complete, then we would have to see, well, how in line or not are we with that, because we have to be consistent with that as a district council, and we'd have to update our district plan accordingly.
Should we be raising this with particular ministers, especially given that there is tens of thousands of potential sections in Christchurch, in business close to where people work and stuff? This just makes no sense. And we're fast tracking paddocks 60 kilometres out of the city.
Yeah, so as part of the going for housing growth direction from the current government, greenfield development, like you're talking about, is very much part of that. And also the removal of urban and rural boundaries, which would also be part of that. So I would expect, not having seen any formal proposals, but I would expect, based on what the government has said, that something like that may very well come into the fold in terms of regulatory changes next year.
Okay, so it won't be several years?
Well, it depends on how they change the Act. They may change the Act to say that regardless of where the regulatory policy statement is, a regional policy statement is, that you have to intensify further.
Okay,
because the regulation would mean also that the regional policy statement have to be updated as well. So it's all kind of interconnected. But what I'm saying is that the Going for Housing Growth program very much is targeted on what you're talking about.
So then finally, can the fast track process be used to determine our airport contour lines? Can they come in and go, actually, no, you're going to be the same as the rest of the country and the rest of the world, and you'll be 50 and that'll move to this? Can that happen?
If we're talking about the fast track process in the new bill that's just been reported back, that's about fast tracking development proposals. So I don't think it covers this sort of thing.
It does or doesn't?
Doesn't.
Right. So allowing 30-odd thousand houses close to the city's not fast tracking?
Well, we're talking about the government's proposed new legislation, and the government's proposed new legislation talks about fast tracking a development proposal. So if someone has a
development proposal,
a development,
right.
yeah.
Right.
And so changing contours isn't a development; it's more what comes from that.
Infrastructure doesn't.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you,
That's
chaps.
good to know.
Tyler, then Yanni.
Kia ora. I'd be keen to jump on with Sam around the noise influence areas. I was hoping to kill two birds with one stone in some way with, how do I say this? The most complaints that I get out of Ireland are obviously with students partying and uninsulated homes, obviously making the most of that noise. And I'd love to try and find some ways to be able to kill two birds with one stone, particularly in this catchment area. And if I could jump on the back with Sam to maybe go through that, if that's all right.
Yeah, we can flag that with you. Yep, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, now. Yeah, righty, hang on a sec, Jan. How many more pictures have you got?
We're at page 7 of 24.
Oh. Right. Sorry, Yanni, I'm going to have to keep going because we've got...
I doubt we're going to get through this, to be honest, but we'll give it a go.
We're not going to get through this by 2:45.
Yeah.
Very ambitious.
Well, we do have another information session, but thank you for that.
Yeah.
Mayor.
Okay, carry on.
On the next page, we have protection of existing significant other trees that we've talked about recently, residential character areas, the city spine, corridor setback, and the sunlight access qualifying matter. All of those are orange. They're all hybrids, and we recommend just a policy 3 response. The first two are largely as notified. The main nuance for the character areas is that the hearings panel recommended that no new character areas should progress and that any removal that been proposed should progress, so still being more enabling. So there's specific removals that are there as well. For city spine, which was the indicative or preferred route for the mass rapid transport to protect kind of development of the corridor, the hearing panel rejected that qualifying matter, and we have an alternative recommendation from Councillor Harrison Hunt in terms of retaining that just for the setback element of that qualifying matter. And for the sunlight access qualifying matter, as you know, the hearings panel has rejected what Councillor had proposed, and we've received alternative recommendations from Councillor McDonald and Peters on retaining the council position on that specific qualifying matter. Any questions?
Yanni?
So, in terms of the city spine transport corridor setback, does that also include setbacks from MCRs?
I'm not too sure, if I'm honest.
Right. Because one of the problems that we've got as a city is we're allowed so much intensive development along some Marine Parade's a classic example, where it's becoming increasingly difficult to put in cycleways, and because of the intensive housing that doesn't have any car parking. And so I'm just wondering, like, going forward, is there a way that we could actually use setbacks along the MCR space as well? Because how else do we get them built if we don't protect the space for the future?
Yeah, so for something like that, what we typically do is a designation. So designation process we can do it again outside of this, and that typically means effectively that when we have a designation, there would be the development of additional infrastructure, and it would be effectively preferential treatment to council to develop that. So a designation would absolutely be what we'd use typically for that. We'd use it for road widening and other bits and pieces in a similar vein as well.
So why would you not do that for the transport corridor as well?
That was the ultimate recommendation from the panel on that. Was to say,
designations.
Yeah, and a designation is subject to the appropriate amount of evidence around that as well. There were also other matters that the hearings panel raised in terms of being more restrictive than the status quo. As you know, that's an issue. And so where Councillor Harrison Hunt's query comes to is just the setback as per operative. So it doesn't circumnavigates the issue with the High Court.
Right, and is it illegal for us to do the character areas based on the High Court decision, to retain and to...
No, so it wouldn't be in terms of retaining, because that's holding the operative controls as they are. So if there would be an alternative to retain all the character areas exactly as they are, then that wouldn't contravene the High Court, no.
Thanks.
Okay.
Great.
Next. Do you want to do another one?
Another one? Yes,
Yeah.
if we can. Yep, that'd be great. The next page, we have low public transport accessibility area, flood ponding management area, and also other qualifying matters that were raised via submission as well. So in terms of low public transport, as you'll know, the hearings panel rejected against that, and so that would mean that MDRS, or just medium density, applies within those areas. Flood ponding management area is quite a significant control, and it has been accepted by the IHP and it is as notified. There are quite a number of alternative, qualifying matters that were put forward via submissions there that we've summarised, which goes onto the next page as well. And all of those that have been listed have been recommended to be rejected by the hearings panel as well. Any questions or alternatives to raise?
Sorry, can I just get similar to the other one around the industrial interface? Can I get the discrete information around the inland port influence overlay? And is that only specifically referring to LPC, or is it related to port activities?
I believe it's just relating to a submission from LPC regarding the inland port in Woolston. And they had put that forward as part of a submission.
Yeah, cool.
But if you would like that specific information on that, we can provide it to you.
And just to be clear, we can't add heritage or character areas?
No.
Okay.
Other questions? Great. Move on. All right, that's the end of the qualifying matters. Next, what we're going to cover off is the walking catchments around specific commercial centres. All of these are obviously Policy 3, and so they're all listed in green. The first two that we have there are high density development around the city centre zone, and also around the large town centre zones for Riccarton, Hornby and Papanui. We have alternative recommendations that we have received for both of those that are listed there as well. Happy to take any other questions or queries on those.
Sarah, could you just enlighten me on what making it go out to Sydenham? What does that? Oh, that's a question. Sorry.
So this would be not useful without the mixed zone development anyway. And if we can't do the mixed use zone, then we could just take it out. I would think.
Yeah, so that they're an interrelated concept.
Yeah. How long would it take? And is there if we can't do the mixed use zoning, can we just do a separate plan change? And if so, is that on the work program? And how long till we could progress it? If we can get that information, I see some nodding.
We can add absolutely to the work program. There's more of a question of when. I would say. So we have quite a number of plan changes that have been waiting because of plan change 14, and so they're all right to the top of the list. And so it'll be those first. In terms of when notification is a pretty open question, but happy for Mark to ask that one.
I won't commit to a time frame here. We've got a report coming to you next week on the Planning and Consents Unit and its activities. That sets out the status and next steps for our current committed plan changes.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, a number of those have been delayed because of resources required for Plan Change 14. We'll come back to you with a separate information session on other commitments that come out of this, because we need to obviously have that conversation in the context of where the priorities sit and what would fall behind and what we put resources towards, because as you can appreciate, we can't do everything.
Yeah, and that last point on the resources would be my next question is, if we were wanting to progress more plan changes, what resources would be required and what level could we get to do that, if you know what I mean? Because there's potential for us doing that in the annual plan, because we've got a bit of a backlog now. We've got PC12 and others that really need doing, as well as things like Sydenham and stuff. So, yeah, if we could have an idea of that.
Mm-hmm. So just, you're far away, yeah? Oh, sorry, Tyler. Tyler was first, then Yanni.
Yeah, cool. My rec's subject to change on this one. This is the one that I wanted to revisit quickly. Yeah. But the former sales yard site is something that's of interest to me.
Yep.
And just to remind me around the mapping, it's supposed to be HRZ along Deans Ave. The map's not on here. Supposed to be HRZ along Deans Ave through the small catchment across Brockworth, etc. And if I wanted to include the sales yard into that, is that just pushing one street across, or is there a few streets that are included within that high residential zoning?
So it's just this block here where the cursor's going around.
Yeah.
So this is showing the IHP recommendation. So the high density ends on this white.
Oh, so it's
area.
already there.
So it's just this block to include the sale yards.
Yeah, great. I'm adding that. Yeah, that's great.
Just to clarify too, because that other site north of the Old Blenheim Road deviation is vacant, isn't it? It's part of the sale yard site as well.
The old road.
Between Mayfair and the old.
We've got mixed industrial and residential-ish within the Old Blenheim Road area behind the sales yards. But what's within, did you say in Princess Street, John?
No, I'm talking about between Mayfair and the Old Blenheim Road deviation.
Oh, yeah, no, that's right. Yeah.
In terms of the heights, it's 14 metres permitted. The hearings panel recommended against what we proposed, it being 22 metres permitted, on the basis that only three units are enabled, and it was fanciful to consider that a 3-unit development would be 22 metres high. So it was more based on what is permitted for the number of units in relationship then. It is possible to go to 22 metres through resource consent, and the resource consent framework is more amenable to 22 metres, but you just have to go through a consent process. Beyond 22 metres gets more restrictive in terms of the consent requirements.
So on Mandeville, you've got a commercial zone, which is obviously the old hotel and whatnot there. And then what, I can't see that the dark purple.
This here?
Sorry, on Mandeville Street, right near along that.
Yeah, so all the dark through here is commercial mixed use zone.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah. So only the areas in orange are high density.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, no, that's fine. Thank you.
So, Yanni,
type of zoning, no. Sorry, can I get the information again around the submissions around the Linwood intensification? I see that you're proposing to agree with the IHP, the IHP changed their recommendation, I think, to align with ours from 400 to 600.
That's right.
We're really interested to get the submissions around the Linwood area.
Yeah, so we
that.
circulated around the responses for intensification around all those centres, but we can send around that package to you again.
Yeah, and particularly any social impact assessment that was done. And just to be clear, that there's no relationship between transport planning and this, is there? So it doesn't matter any impacts on traffic, transport.
That's right.
Taken into account.
Well, there's no requirement for parking, so it's not part of the consideration. Yeah.
So things like accessing
properties safely?
That's been considered as part of the changes to Chapter 7. So there are changes to Chapter 7. Most of the changes that are there are to be more reflective of a more intensive form. We have already a number of existing controls that have been largely untouched through the process.
Sorry, so if someone's building intensive units and they decide that they do want to put some car parking in,
sure,
are we able to look at what the controls are and whether they're appropriate for the scale of the development? E.g.,
absolutely,
sufficient room for cars to actually turn around.
Yeah, that's all controls that are set in Chapter 7. There's many appendices for those standards for manoeuvring, turning, visible displays when you exit the site and the like. There's many controls around that for sure. Yeah.
Because what's happening is we're having to put yellow lines in because there's
on the public road.
On public roads because there's not sufficient space for cars to exit and enter safely.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm just wondering how we address that.
Yeah. So again, we can manage the public realm any which way we like.
This is a deficiency with the intensive housing that's been built that people cannot safely access it because of the designs are not sufficient for the scale of the development that's happening.
Sure. So we can only manage what's on the private site. If the roading network doesn't align with that, then it's up for us to change the roading network for that. So we can only control what's on the private site there in terms of those standards.
Okay, thanks, Jan. We've got two more shots at this coming forward.
Yes.
Haven't we? So I've got one more question from Sam, and then we'll wrap it up.
Yes, that's fine.
Is that okay?
Yep.
I think it's probably a bit around Tyler's one, around that recommendation, just understanding the impact that has on Church Corner and the residential over the south side, I guess it is, in terms of the...
Yeah, so...
Yeah, does that...
So this is how we had mapped the current draft of Councillor Harrison Hunt's alternative, and green being the full extent. So in yellow is what the hearings panel had recommended or have recommended, and in orange is what council had recommended in its council right of reply. And so his recommendation is to go with the council right of reply in terms of Church Corner, and so it would be high density to the edge of the university there.
Right, and what about over the other? So looking at Pier Street.
Yep. So Pier Street is this site here.
Yeah.
And so it would include high density on the other side of Pier Street, but not on the New World side.
Right. Okay. And and that means in terms of how many they can put.
14 metres permitted.
14 metres.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So just so I'm on the right wavelength, the solid yellow line is what. The dotted green line is what we wanted.
No, the dotted line is what the alternative recommendation is from the councillor.
Yeah.
The yellow line is what the hearings panel have recommended. Yeah. And so if we go further to the west, you can see here that we hadn't recommended any high density, and so the council recommendation is effectively to connect the two along.
Yeah.
But that's pushing. That's massive, though, isn't it? In terms of, is that what? Is this being worked on top?
It was under the premise of giving and taking, and because I wanted this to be an established MRT route going straight through, it would only make sense. But the real thing I wanted to focus on here is actually the Harrington area where the water fountain is, because that's where a high student population are, and majority of renters within that middle bit that isn't shaded.
And yeah.
So what I wanted to do was actually go back to the drawing board and look at zoning provisions within blocks, but it has to make sense. So that is just a draft. I'd want to go back and revisit
it. Yeah, because that's quite a material move.
Yeah, it is.
For that whole community. Yeah. So
Yeah. So that's why I want to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, because that's not. We couldn't. That would be difficult.
Yeah. No.
Cool. But I understand what you're saying. Going back to the drawing board, do we have to be careful if the drawing board's getting drawn on too much that all of a sudden you get into having to do consultation and all that stuff again? Do we run that risk?
No.
Okay, that's fine. Right, that'll do.
No, great. And so we'll continue where we left off in the next information session. Thanks so much all for your time.
Hey, very, very, very clear. What you're saying is great. So, very good.
Thank you.
You're obviously all over it. You must eat and sleep it, do you?
No.
Thank you, guys. Righto. So, One New Zealand Stadium at Te Kaha, Sustainability Report and Cultural Narrative Update. Please.
Okay, good, good.
There's a lot of information.
Hey, the final item for today is David Kennedy, who will be introducing the One New Zealand Stadium at Te Kaha Sustainability Reporting and Cultural Narrative Update. Welcome, David. Good to see you again.
Kia ora, thank you. Look, just very briefly by way of introduction, I'll just confirm, yes, we've got two things we're going to talk about or cover this afternoon, and we've got a presentation first up from Naitua Huriri's artistic advisor, who's done all of the cultural narrative work for us, and Kent is going to introduce her. And then after that, we'll talk about the sustainability report, which I think the council has already received. A few technical issues, okay.
Sorry, it's been happening all day.
While you're warming up, Kent, how many of the big beams have they got in across so far?
The roof trusses?
The joiny-uppy bits.
So they're just completing the second section, so 4 rows effectively of the main roof
great.
trusses up now.
Excellent.
Yep. So they're getting those rows up. They're aiming for basically a 2-week turnaround for each
one
pair of rows.
A lot of work.
Yep.
A lot of work.
Hmm.
No. All day, Kent.
Yes, yeah, there's tended to be a bit of a learning curve on each of the elements of the roof structure. So the first radial trusses took a lot longer than what they're taking now. The first radial diaphragm modules and likewise the roof trusses themselves. And it was also week before last they moved those hydraulic towers for the first time. The first one was a bit of a challenge, but got it moved. The second one went a lot quicker. So yeah. If it was going in the other direction, it would be a concern. So it's all unique. So they are taking learnings from each time they do something for the first time.
So is it about now that you find out if you were 2 millimetres wrong at ground level, how many millimetres you are out further up?
Yeah, the tolerances on these huge structural components is incredible. It's I think has to be within 5 mil, which I mean the steel expands and contracts as you weld it. So to achieve that takes a lot of very careful modelling and planning and testing in the factory and on site. So yeah, it's impressive.
Good, and you've just passed 50% of all the steel going in. Have I heard that last? Well, you must be past that now.
Yeah, we'll be past that now. Yep, comfortably past that. We're well into the roof trusses, and the vast majority of the radial trusses around the outside are up. Mm-hmm. And likewise the radial diaphragm modules. So yeah, well over halfway.
Good, thank you.
Still not playing ball.
It's been all day.
What else can we talk about?
Our weekends.
Kent, do you want to provide the councillors with just a bit of a background on how the cultural narratives come about, who's been involved, and what stage we're at, just by way of background? fill in some of the time. Yeah, so like Morgan, perhaps if you want to come up here beside me for now. So I think Morgan, and I forget exactly how long ago it was, but either earlier this year or late last year, Morgan had come along and presented her work in progress design for the arena. And just to refresh memories, there are four key areas that we're focusing on, two of which we're intending to present today. They've now been finalised and incorporated into the B6 WAPAC contract, so that being the facade and also the internal seating bowl. So been a lot of work on Morgan's part, working with our design team and stakeholders to get to where we are. So it's a significant milestone now to be able to present this to you and subsequently release those images to the public. And in terms of when they're going to start seeing this, we're going to be underway next month with the roof cladding installation, followed shortly thereafter by the facade cladding. So we'll start to see it unfold on site.
We're getting Megan.
Right, getting the experts down.
Well, yeah, hopefully.
So, Kent, if all this facade stuff is now you put onto B6 WAPACs, does that mean that it's using up contingency that you've got, or is that how you paying for it?
There is a budget allowance. There was always an expectation that there'd be a cost associated with particularly the facade.
Already allowed for?
Pardon me?
Already allowed for?
Correct.
Okay, good. No, that's cool.
Yeah.
Can I just ask?
Just to fill in on that point, the key, one of the keys to getting that working properly was Morgan was very comfortable about working within the colour palettes that the producers of the panels have as standard. So we weren't breaking out and saying we want them to mix up new forms or colours or anything like that. And so that sort of helped ensure that we stay within what the original estimates and things were.
When's the cultural narrative going to be public?
Pardon me?
When's the cultural narrative going to be public?
The facade and the seating bowl will be released today. So Morgan, our comms team has worked with Morgan to produce a video telling the story behind the design. So the intent is, I think that will go out later today.
Yeah, it does.
No, it's just not reading through.
Yeah. Hello.
Just want to put the mic on.
No Tainui Huki. I am a graphic designer and artist based in Ōtautahi, Christchurch, under the umbrella of Kaitiaki Studios. It's the overarching company for all of my creative ventures, which sometimes is murals on walls, sometimes is integrated spatial design into architecture, all sorts of exciting things.
Excellent.
I have come and talked to you before and showed you some of the sort of interim concepts, but
Yes.
we've now got them to more final points. So, yeah, as we were just saying, yeah, I'll give you an overview of the narrative today. Some of that's going to be released this afternoon, and then, yeah, we hope to have some better explanations leading up as the project unfolds. So I'll just switch.
Right.
Right.
Good on you.
Oh, yeah. Let's just move straight into it. So, talking about the internal seating bowl. So this is, yeah, I'm just going to carry on. So this is the design for the internal seating bowl, and basically it's, given that we will be represented on an international scale, I need something that is recognisably Māori, and this motif is something that's seen on the heke in most of our marae, and it's a mangopare design which represents the hammerhead shark, and carries all those themes of strength and agility and speed and things like that. So it's I wanted a curvilinear design to contrast the design that's going on the external facade as well.
And it, just for my simple brain, is this just different coloured seats?
Yes.
Yeah, just different coloured plastic. You're not painting?
No, not painting them.
Excellent.
So they're coordinated one by one in order to create the pattern. So
get me there to hook them up.
Yeah.
Right.
So when you start to see it in context, you can start to see some of the forms. Unfortunately, that's a very limited space across the back, so this one will show it better.
Oh yeah, yep, excellent.
There we go. And then the mangopare that are sort of down the bottom. It's hard without a pointer. Basically, is the exchange of mana from the people on the field and the people up in the seats. You know.
Fair enough. Yep.
Yeah.
Excellent. Aaron, did you have a question?
The best view of that is from above, but you won't be able to see it from above because of the roof and because of the outside. But I'm thinking, if as we work forward with the digital team who do the broadcasting from there, that we provide that image to them, so when they do the crane shot from above, they fake it in, and then you'll see it through the stadium, and you'll think you're seeing it, and as they drop the camera down through and it goes inside, even though it doesn't actually, they will actually see that. So
yeah,
I think would be a suggestion that we do with the broadcasting team. Make them aware that there.
Yes.
So then, they do the pan shot across the city, and as they drop down, it comes to life like that. And you might even want to light it up and make it kind of come alive in a digital form. And
Absolutely.
then that merges with the TV would look awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Excellent. Carry on.
So moving right along to the external facade. Now my intention for this design was basically I wanted to bring the rural countryside into the city and start demonstrating some of the landscapes that sit behind each part of the facade. So when you're looking at the southern facade, you're looking at everything sort of to the north of you, or representation of what's to the north of you. So this is basically one of two renders that I have to sort of showcase the design and how it's going to be integrated. So you'll start to see it sort of come in through here. I'll explain each part of the facade in a second. But yeah, and bringing those color palettes of those greens, mist green, forest green, and like those slate and those stone colorings.
So Kent, is that what is that something that's this is me stuck to the concrete, or is it in
It's colour steel roofing sheets. Yeah, so the whole colour steel roofing. Yeah, so it's roof sheets. So they we had to consider a lot when putting the design together. Water tightness and how many changes you can have per vertical, things like that. Obviously, there was a standard colour steel range which I've had to select from. But yeah.
So down the bottom of that's the concrete that's in now that I can see now if I walk past, and from there on up is vertical colour steel.
Vertical colour steel sheets.
Correct. Yep.
And then a halo at the top, which is that.
It's got louvers and
yeah.
Beauty.
So if you can see this, I can start to sort of piece together some of the narrative. So the eastern entry, basically up in the top left corner, dictates Aoraki and his 4 brothers. So we're talking about the Southern Alps that you're directly behind when you're looking at that side of the facility. And you can see little features like the upturned waka, the Canterbury Plains to the side. Moving on further down that panel, I wanted to play with something that was sort of curved in this big matrix of squares. So I started to bring in the kupinga pattern to talk about Te Pātaka o Rākai Hautu, which is what we call the Banks Peninsula, the food basket of Rākai Hautu, and it's just about that gathering and that abundance of resource over there. Moving down the western entry, so usually when we welcome people onto a marae or in a formal Māori setting, it's the wahine or the woman that do that. So basically each side of that entry I've got a korowai, just signifying that that's her, and that's that greeting or that whakamanuhiri into that entranceway. And then down to the bottom, that's that's the southern side. So you'll be looking north towards Mokateri, which is the Maunga Ngai Tuahuriri. So, yeah, there's lots of different little variations and little things in there. So, yeah, basically it's the other 2 artwork opportunities that we've got happening at the moment. One of them is the interpretation panels that will be around the facility. So I'm hoping to have 4 external and 2 in each of the entrances, which will just unpack a lot of the narrative, a lot of the reasons why, and hopefully, have people be able to engage with them as they move around. And the other is a feature artwork which will sit in the western entry, and at this stage that's still in development. We have some draft concepts and things, but still lots to work through there. Yeah.
Very good. And these, sorry, you might have said it, I might not have heard it. These will be lit up to make them...
As far as I'm aware.
Yeah, there's external lighting. Yep,
correct. Excellent. To highlight it, so to speak.
Yes.
Great, yeah. Sorry, Diane, do you have a question?
Thanks for the work. Like, just reflecting on the first time we got the presentation to what's changed now.
Yep.
You had that really beautiful internal artwork wallpaper kind of, I think it was like lots of reds and golds and things like that. So I'm just kind of wondering, like, just kind of, if maybe just...
That's the artwork that she just spoke about to the western entrance.
So that's the feature artwork at the moment, and so what you saw was the draft pattern, and I'm developing a high resolution version that will be actually printed on wallpaper, hopefully, and
is it going to be quite as colourful as it was when you initially presented to us? I feel like some of these, maybe the tones have dulled down quite a lot.
Yeah, so they have dialed down quite a bit. So the colour palette that I originally presented with all of the reds and the oranges and the kahukura and things like that was to hopefully influence the interiors palette. And I, if you remember, I did some super graphics that they were going to use to integrate. So those oranges and those bright reds will be all over the interpretation panels and the signage, also through that wallpaper design. So you'll definitely see it, but my intention for this one especially was I needed it to look like the landscape we live in. I wanted it to reflect what, when you're standing in the middle of the city, you don't get to see any of those beautiful mountains or trees or all of that. So that was my way of bringing that into the city. The reason I went for a neutral inside is I wanted it to be something on an international scale that you can visually represent, and that belongs to you. And I think just in contrast of all of the other colours and the people in the audience and all that sort of thing, just to have that sort of, koru form sort of pop out. And wanting to avoid the yellow sets like Wellington and that sort of knowing how many people weren't in the crowd at certain times, things like that. I wanted to go for a more neutral.
I guess I was just kind of interested to know whether there was anything that you've cut back that you would have loved to have done because of cost, like either colour colours or vibrancy, or
No, not particularly. I don't feel like I've had to compromise at that stage. This feature art work will be bringing that colour and that sort of that homely warmth, I think, to that quite stark concrete space. Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Okay.
Yep. Carry on. More?
No.
No. Hey, Aaron, please. Yeah.
Correct, yes. Yep. We've got a video that will go out. What channels is that going out on, Emma? Yep.
So the colour steel is going to start going up before Christmas, is it what I mean?
Yes, well, yeah, the roof will be first, and then it'll be 2 or 3 weeks after that we'll get underway with the facade cladding. So that'll be next month, probably. Late next month, early December.
Make it a bit warmer for the guys in there with the suddenly not blowing up their skirt.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, excellent. So, have you got any more you want to tell us? That's narrative stuff. Is that sustainability stuff you've got to tell us?
Yes, we'll do sustainability next. We'll let
Sorry,
Morgan
yeah, missed some. Carry on.
that one.
Thank you.
That is very, very good. Thank you very much. Looking forward to it.
Yes, me too.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
That's all right.
Come back up for
So now we need to change the. What's up there?
I'm not sure whether we just talk to that one.
We haven't got slides on this, have we?
No.
Again, thank you, and thanks very much, Morgan. Once again, sustainability. Just a couple of comments early on to just sort of set the scene here. Enormous thanks once again. I always like to try and take the opportunity of thanking the council executives who've put so much into helping this project go so well, and sustainability is another area where Kent in particular, but Mark as well, have been supporting us in our dialogue with the contractors and designers. And in putting this report together also, Emma from the comms team and Emma from marketing, who's not here today, have been helpful in getting us to put a document together, which I think is probably, I think is a very good document, and very comfortable about having it be released to the public. If I'd been left to prepare it, it would have been a bunch of white pages with black typing on them, but they've really brought some life and colour to the issue, which I think is great, and thank them very much for that. You have before you 4 separate documents. One of them is our report, so it's the report of Takaha Project Delivery Limited as an overarching document provided to the council, for the council, and available for distribution to in the public realm. And then in addition to that, there are 3 different documents from B6 Watpac and their designers. One of them is a one-off report which addresses carbon within the building and at various points along the process of design and construction. And then the other 2 documents are the most recent quarterly and monthly reports which we receive from B6 Watpac on a quarterly and monthly basis, obviously. So each month they provide us with a monthly construction report update, which includes sections on health and safety, sustainability, program, and then all the other commercial and detailed aspects of what's been going on in the previous month. Our journey on this process began with us talking with ACOM, who have a sustainability team within their multidiscipline organisation with overseas expertise in it, and they helped us determine what we should be looking for, how to benchmark the things that we want to keep track of, and how to create metrics that we can utilise for measuring the progress through the design and construction phases. That work that they provided then flowed through into the building contract that we executed, the design and build contract that we executed with B6 Watpac, and also into formed the basis of what goes into their monthly measuring and reporting. I think we've got to acknowledge at the outset that a building like this was always going to have some sort of carbon footprint. Efforts, it's made of concrete and steel. Efforts have been made to minimise this in three separate chunks. I think of it as, one is the design process, and how do you design it to help reduce that impact. The second is the construction phase, where how can you build it in a most responsible and sustainable way. And then third is the operating phase, where how the building is managed and operated on a day-to-day basis. So there's work gone in on all three of those fronts. Those are the main points that I think I want to make by way of introduction. You've got the reports in front of you. I don't propose to read through each of them, and so it's probably best if you've got queries or comments that we're happy to answer.
Yeah, thank you, Doug. Sarah, please.
Thanks so much. Really pleased to see this here, and pleased that it's measures beyond carbon, it's broader sustainability, water and things. So thank you for doing the work. I guess looking at it, my biggest question is on the numbers. So we had a concept design by the middle of 22. I'm thinking that's right. The concept design was by the middle of June 22, and that's when the original lifetime assessment of the emissions was done. And that lifetime assessment for the construction and 60 years of operation was 76,500 tonnes of CO2 equivalent. And then this new one, which looks at the detailed versus concept, has the original concept at 111,000 tonnes and the savings down to 96,000 tonnes after detailed, but that's still 20,000 tonnes higher than the original concept design and report that we got through. So even the savings one is 20,000 tonnes, sort of a 20% increase from the original. And I'm just wondering why there's such a big gap.
I think probably the simplest explanation for that is that they re-benchmarked that whole process once they got to the end of detailed design. So the initial figures that would have been included in that early report were essentially underreported because they didn't allow for all of the design components at that point. It was reflective of the fact that it was only at concept and they quantified what they were able to at that point. But once they got to the end of detailed design and fully understood requirements in each of those spaces, they went back and re-baselined against what they were always going to have to do for the concept versus what they ended up with.
Okay. If we could get just a little bit more detail on some of those extra components sent through, that would be really, really useful. Because what this does show is that it's a worse impact than we had originally thought, notwithstanding the fact that you have done what we'd asked, which is to actively reduce that over time. And so thank you for that work. But it would be good to know a bit more.
Yeah, we can provide a written
come back
response
with
to
some
that.
more detail.
Thanks so much.
Perhaps the other thing that I'd like to add, which I think you reminded me of, Councillor, is that one of the things that we've been looking at through this process of sustainability has not just been about physical matters, it's been social and cultural and community as well. So things like number of Māori and Pacifica working on site, numbers of people in training at any point in time, numbers of contractors who are local, and that sort of thing. So there's a number of other aspects which I think it's quite nice to be able to pin the contractor to numbers and have them report against.
Yeah, that's great. So in our annual report tomorrow, and CCHL's done it as well, all organisations have managed to do like a gender pay gap. Now, is that something that you've looked at doing? So looking at the gender pay gap as well as the ethnic kind of
we don't
makeup.
probably have the visibility of payments to staff within the site because they're all under B6 WAPPAC's contractual relationships rather than ours. What we do know is that minimum wage and working wage are being
Living
adhered
wage is
to.
all being
Yeah,
paid.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, gender pay gap's quite a good measure
Yeah.
of a range of things.
Yeah.
I know Christchurch is sitting too high at City Council. There's a CCHL, but people are working on it. So it'd be interesting to know if BSEC's
Yeah.
have that available, or if they're willing to do it.
I haven't seen any female workers other than engineers and that going through every role I've seen. Well, they'll be, in theory, should be high because they've got clipboards and hard hats on. Not well.
Okay, righto. Yanni, please.
Thanks for the detailed information. I was really keen just to, and obviously maybe not today, but just to get a bit more of a breakdown around the local businesses engaged and the local workers. And I was quite interested in what your definition of a local worker is and a local business, and was quite keen to understand how many of the subcontractors were companies that were set up from overseas companies. We saw one of those obviously go well, I think several of them have actually gone bankrupt.
Two, yeah.
Yeah. So I was just interested because, yeah, it's quite a common thing where they would set up a New Zealand company to do the work, but they're actually still owned by overseas.
It's a difficult area to get into because a lot of companies are owned from overseas organisations, and that's life. It's the question of whether the staff that are working there and earning the wages and spending their money to stimulate activity in the local economy, they live here.
Well, if they're working here, they're not going. If they live in Peru, for example, they're not going home every night, so they're spending the money here when they're staying here for 6 months at a time. So it's help, no matter where they come from, it's helping.
But also the company is actually earning money from it as well. That's going overseas rather than going back into the local economy.
Aaron?
Well, yeah, and on that, it'll be interesting if any councillors, because people normally whinge to us first, have heard from local contractors who have not got work at this site and have been beaten out by, foreign job stealers. I haven't heard of any, but if anyone else has, I'd be more than happy to hear the tales of woe.
Okay, you're done, Jim?
Has anyone heard any?
That's
I've not heard any complaints on this job. I've heard it in the past, years ago, but not this time around, which is good to hear, which means
absolutely.
It's good.
Thank you very much for going to the effort to coming in. And thank you, Morgan. That was very good. I'm looking forward to this, and so are you, I'll bet. Good on you. Thank you. Thank you, doke. Well, that. And at the finish, he says, thank you all. That concludes everything for today.
Thank you.